I'm picking up whatever's mine. I'm running.
The 6th of May. Victor Finley alongside JP O'Connor, both teams set to hit the ice at KeyBank Center in Buffalo. And JP, it wasn't that long ago we were gearing up for a thrilling Game 7 between the Montreal Canadiens and the Tampa Bay Lightning. The Habs survive it, outlast the Lightning, don't even bother going home. They get right back on the plane after staying overnight in Tampa Bay and fly directly to Buffalo to begin the second round in what has essentially now become a 3-game road trip for them.
That's it. It's dirty clothes and all. Let's get from Florida, let's get up to Buffalo. I think what's really important for the Montreal Canadiens this evening is to remember that there is no way that you are going to be able to match the emotion of Game 7. Everything is going to be different. You are resetting. You are starting Game 1 against a brand new team. New tactics, new building, new everything. But the Canadiens did pretty well this season against Buffalo. There are a lot of quality players on a team who feel like they are destined to make a deep run in the Sabres, having beaten Boston 4-2 in the first round. They got quality players, but the Canadiens have to be feeling awfully comfortable and confident in themselves after coming out of Florida and Tampa Bay with the win.
Now, JP, these two teams squared off against one another 3 times in the month of January, and at least 2 of those games were 2 to remember. The Sabres won 2 of those 3, and in one of those games, back on January 15th, Tage Thompson went off for 3 goals and 2 assists, 5 points. That tied him with Sebastian Aho for the most single-game points against the Canadiens by a player this year. He is someone who can certainly make a difference in the regular season as much as he can in the playoffs. Can he not?
No, without question. And listen, there's a guy who's riding the Team USA experience, the gold medal experience. Is feeling strong about his game. 3-time 40-goal scorer in the NHL. Granted, had a good first-round series with 7 points in those 6 games. Scored 2 goals in the first game of that series. Quiet kind of the rest of the way, at least from the goal-scoring production. But he's one of those guys that the puck gets on his stick. The minute that he gets one, he starts to feel more and more confident. If there's one thing that the Canadiens are going to have to mind, too, is that one-time opportunity that he's got off of the left flank. We've seen him punish the Canadiens over the years with it. The power play has not been good for the Sabres at all through the first round of the playoffs. The Canadiens have to keep that at bay.
I know, JP, one of the other big one-time threats in the National Hockey League is Darren Radish with the Tampa Bay Lightning, but they had no problem handling that in Series number 1. They will see it from a different spot here with a forward in round number 2. Players on the ice at KeyBank Center. Let's send you out there now for the playing of the Canadian and American national anthems. Canadiens after becoming just the 5th Montreal Canadiens rookie to win a Game 7 in the history of the franchise. He's now got a .923 save percentage and a .203 goals against average through 7 games in the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Lions been pretty good as well. How about a 114 goals against and a .955 save percentage through 5 games. He did jump in Game 2 in relief of Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, who will be the backup tonight. So away we go from center ice. Sabres moving from left to right. And they will start out with possession and immediately throw it into the Montreal zone. Doan in front. Can't corral it for his shot. We're going to have a penalty against Montreal here. As the Sabres have it at the line, they're forced to center. Rasmus Dahlin has it. It's Suzuki, Slavkovsky, and Caulfield starting for Montreal. As the Sabres are going to have them on their heels here early with a man advantage as it's stopped at the line by Slavkovsky. And Buffalo are about to get a power play. JP, they almost had the opening marker in the first 10 seconds of the game.
Well, this is a loud building anyway.
Clayton Hudson's going to go off for tripping.
Now we'll hear the call here.
So Hudson trips up Zach Benson. We're seeing the replay. It looks like a trip to me.
So what happens here is it's Dahlin just before the red line. He chips the puck high. Hudson's chasing it back. He thinks it's actually going to go there behind the goal line maybe for an icing, but it actually checks up. Benson gets on the back of it and ends up having to take Benson down as he's trying to get the puck over to Tuck on the far post.
Habs win the faceoff, get an early clearance here. This Buffalo power play has been abominable. 1 for 24, 4.2%, not very good in the Stanley Cup playoffs thus far. Habs 82.8% on the PK. Sabres to center. Here's Tage Thompson. Crossing the line, offside. With a minute 34 still to go on the power play.
You hear a couple of whistles from the linesmen. I told you that this building is loud. Might not be the might not be the Bell Center, but it's still going to be awfully loud in there. And listen, the Canadians do a good job at the blue line immediately, just standing up, putting pressure right away on Buffalo. You mentioned that the power play has been horrendous. And if you can give them problems getting across the blue line early, you start to plant that seed of doubt.
Habs win another face-off. They clear it down the ice. Specifically, JP, I called it abominable, but horrendous fits the bill as well.
Well, we can double up, can't we?
Can break out the thesaurus here if need be.
Still early on. We've got a long way to go.
Habs deny another zone entry and clear it down the ice for the 3rd time here. Tage Thompson is on it. He will start ahead to center. Fires it in, and it's out of play. Takes a strange bounce. So we'll face off. And JP, one thing to watch here in this series will be face-offs. The Sabres, that's not a strong point for them. They were 45.9% face-offs in the regular season, dead last in the NHL, and 43.8% in the playoffs. Not very good either against Boston.
No, not at all. And we heard John Cooper talking about his team chasing, one thing that they tried to get away from. But you have to have the puck. The Canadians, we know, dominated that first round. Jake Evans had a tremendous 62.9% himself in the first round. So if the Canadians can continue on with that, they will go a long way in controlling play.
Habs PK is looking pretty good here. They've broken up another zone entry for Buffalo and clear it down the ice. As the Sabres come ahead down the left side, Ryan McLeod now to the attacking zone, stripped the puck by Caden Gooley, and Gooley's going to play it out to center. Sabres right back in with Zach Benson near side. Benson to the line for Byram. He'll hand it off far side for Power. Back up high to Byram. Power passes off down low. Sharp angle try goes off the mask of Dobish as it falls off. The whistle sounds with 7 seconds remaining in the man advantage for Buffalo.
No surprise to see Zach Benson in front of the crease. Already having a chat early on with Jakub Dobesh. Now Benson getting into it with the referees. And listen, Victor, we talked about the power play not being good. You know your power play is not effective when you're in the first power play of the game inside the first 3 minutes and you already have the crowd yelling shoot whenever you're trying to establish and get a look.
17:37 to go in the first. We're just underway in Buffalo and still 7 seconds left for the Sabres power play. They're going to face off in the Montreal zone. Tage Thompson versus Philip Deneau. And Thompson's going to get waved. Alex Tuck comes in. Habs win the faceoff and hammer it out to center off a body. That's it for the power play. Sabres are 0 for 1 in this series. As here's Joe Veleno, gets a touch on it. At center for Montreal, he is playing in his first ever Stanley Cup playoff game tonight. Of course, all those years in Detroit, and then last year in Chicago. Never really had the opportunity. As here go the Habs deep in their own zone. Gooley up the far side. Now Alexander Carrier to center. So Veleno's in tonight. Still no Kapanen, who's a scratch. As is Brendan Gallagher again for Montreal. Veleno down low, gets knocked off the puck by Jordan Greenway. Sabres up to center. The other lineup change for the Canadiens is Struble out, Jack-Eye in on the back end as Noah Dobson remains in the lineup as well. Here's Veleno at center, takes another knock, this one for Beck Mallenstein.
Beck Mallenstein's going to be throwing his weight around all series.
This is a heavy line for Buffalo as they carry it back in with Jordan Greenway, fending off Jack-Eye. Now in the corner, Mallenstein centers, shot in coming from Logan Stanley, doesn't get through. There is a ton of size on the ice right now for Buffalo. As Arbor Jack-Eye picks up the puck, he's going to throw it to center, and it's corralled by Connor Timmins on the Buffalo side.
The Canadians looking for a change, and that was Greenway right at the end of his shift, getting a little bit tired, having a run at Gooley. Gooley spots him, and it's a reverse hit that stands Greenway up at 6'6", a big man.
Jakub Dobish rifles the puck around the glass, and the Canadians will clamber ahead to center ice. Newhook plays it in. Matthias Samuelsson back forth. All the way to the far side. Sabres zone comes loose. Here's Hudson left side. Works in. Shot. And somehow it stays out.
It looked like it caught the inside of the post.
Back to the line. Another try. That's stopped by Lyon. And he'll hang on. First great chance for the Montreal Canadiens in the series belongs to Lane Hudson. And boy, he looked pretty good there. Trying to get that puck home, but did not get the bounce, JP.
That's just an unfortunate sequence for Hudson as he gets the puck in space, is able to walk it down inside the tops of the circles. It actually catches the right pad of Lyon and then deflects up off of the crossbar.
What a strange bounce.
Yeah, unusual. You don't usually see that puck go up in the air the way it does. Right off the crossbar. You could see the reaction from the Canadiens players as it hits the post. You're expecting it to go a certain area. You're not expecting it to slow down.
Sabres pick it up at center with numbers moving in. They score. Josh Doan off an odd man rush. Lane Hudson lost his footing at center. And Buffalo open up the goal scoring in game one.
This is just an unfortunate play for Lane Hudson. This is just him getting caught up along the boards. You'll see, Victor, that his skate gets caught along the red part of the dasher, and he goes down directly at the red line and allows Benson to walk in. Doan going hard to the back post. Dobish can't get out to cut down in time. And it's an easy tap in for Doan. That's his second goal of the playoffs. More importantly, it gets Buffalo on the board in game one of the series.
So that's going to be Doan from Benson. Just over 4 minutes into the first period. Second to the Stanley Cup playoffs for Josh Doan. As here go the Canadians back in from center. Caulfield far side hammers a slap shot that hit the shoulder of Alex Lyon. Puck stays in play. Sabres take it away, and here goes Tage Thompson to center. Down the left side, back in front for Alex Tuck, and he put that one high off the mark. And that was another great chance in transition for the Sabres.
That's right off the rush.
The Habs play it in, trying to settle it down here a little bit. Now Dahlin almost coughed that up in front. It is taken by Suzuki high in the zone. Heads that off, and it's driven high and wide of the net by Arbor Jack-Eye. So that's 3 odd man rushes Montreal have given up here in the first 5 minutes or so of the game. Shot for the line, ends up taking a deflection on the way to the Sabre net and goes out of play. for the whistle. 14:27 to go in this first period. 1-0 Buffalo. Alex Tuck nearly made it 2-0.
Well, yes, indeed. And Tuck just gets lost in the back post, which is kind of crazy to think, especially considering the series that he had in the first round. 7 points, 4 goals against the Bruins. But this is the type of offense that ordinarily the Canadians deliver against their adversaries. They catch everybody else off the rush. Well, the Canadians are going to have to be careful early on. Buffalo looking dangerous and looking very confident going north.
Face-off win for Montreal in the attacking zone. Here's Philip Deneau. Carries down low, side of the net. Bounces around. It's settled by Josh Anderson. He'll find Gooley at the line. He'll sling it wide of the net. Buffalo try and play it out to center. It's picked off at the line though by Montreal. Around it goes to Gooley. Up top, Texier hammers out wide. And Buffalo slide it back out through center all the way down ice, but it will not go for icing. Now Gooley on it behind his net. Veleno on the ice for Montreal with Doc and Bolduc. So the Canadians filter it in. Logan Stanley goes back for it. Bouncing around, near side boards, Buffalo territory. Veleno trying to wrench it back. It's settled down by Doc, and then he'll fling it wide of the net. Logan Stanley. Big D-man towers over the ice at 6'7" as the Sabres get it out to center and play it into the half zone. They back up to neutral territory. Dobson has it under control.
But Stanley missed the last game in the last series. Ill checks back into the lineup.
It's a deadline acquisition coming in for the Winnipeg Jets as Montreal fired in from center. Here's Demidov low in the zone with Alex Newhook. Taken away by Buffalo and skipped out to center where it'll be thrown in behind the Montreal net. Stopped there by Dobish. Now Evans hands it ahead to Mike Matheson. Demidov at center, lost it. Canadians get it back, and now here goes Newhook down the near side. Knocked away by Buffalo. Back up the near wing to the line, held in by Matheson. Cross size, Carrier tries to get that one through to the net. That does not get all the way there, and it's played to center by Buffalo.
Was looking for Newhook in the high slot for a tip, more of a redirect than anything, but didn't make its way through.
Both teams changing here as Matheson sits on it behind his net with 12:07 to go in the first, and the Habs down 1-0. Canadians to center. Here's Juraj Slavkovsky. Weaves it over the line, passes off it. Suzuki can't get his try through. Held in at the point by Montreal. Down low it goes to Slavkovsky. Over to Caulfield left side. To the line. Gooley snaps it wide of the net. Now Dobson. Played around the boards. Shovel to the line. That gets past Caden Gooley, and he's got to go all the way back. Gooley on it behind his own net. Over to Caulfield. He'll dish it back off to Gooley, and he'll back in behind his own net again. The Canadians want a line change here as they get Deneau with Anderson and Texier on the ice. Habs played it from center now. Anderson first to it. Center as Deneau is there, and a big pad stop is made by Alex Lyon. That's 2 good chances for the Habs in this one as Deneau feeds the line. Here's Lane Hutson. He had the first good chance for Montreal. Drops it off. Anderson. Deneau. Wrister. That's blocked as it comes back to him. At the line now. Jack-eye left side. Cross ice off the skate of Texier. He is able to handle it. High in the slot. Texier left side. Hutson works in. Tries a wrister. That's stopped as well by Lyon. And Buffalo take it away and scramble to center ice.
They finally get control. This puck did not look comfortable in their zone at all. If the Canadians can extend zone time, they will find opportunities.
10:19 left in the first. Canadians start to center. Here's Veleno. In over the line. Dahlin lost his footing as Veleno drives behind the net. Tried to center it, couldn't get it through. Buffalo up the far wing. All the way to center. Here's Rasmus Dahlin now. Drops it at the line. Quinn moves in. Big stop from Jakub Dolbish. As it's picked up by Montreal. Rolled to the line, not out. Down low again. Carrier battles with Jason Zucker. Comes around for Doc. And now played all the way out to the neutral zone. Brought in by Quinn over the line. Plays quickly diffused by Montreal. They'll flip it all the way back down ice. Now given away by Buffalo at center. Here come the Canadians over the line. Newhook near side. Swings in behind the net. Off to Demidov. Cross-ice Gooley. Settles it down. Spins it behind the net for Jake Evans. Out in front, there's Demidov with a look. That stopped by Alex Lyon. 9:12 to go in the first. We're going to take our first break of the night here in Game 1 of round number 2 with the Habs trailing 1-0 on Habs Hockey on TSN 690. Still early on at KeyBank Center in Buffalo. It's a 1-0 Sabres lead. And JP, it feels like we've already seen more scoring chances on both sides through 10 minutes than we saw in the entirety of Games 6 and 7 against Tampa Bay.
It feels like everybody needed to catch their breath there. And it's one thing that I talked about off the hop was you have to reset. You have to understand that Buffalo is not Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay did a great job through the neutral zone when they got the puck. And just as they were entering your zone, they would go lateral. They would push the pucks out to the boards, and they would try to exploit you that way. Buffalo has no interest in doing this. It's straight north hockey. So the Canadians' defensive posture has to be on point in the offensive zone through the neutral zone and into their own defensive zone so that you can avoid giving up any kind of odd man rushes and that you limit the looks that Buffalo gets off of the rush.
Face off in the Buffalo zone here as they roll it up the wing to center ice. For what it's worth, during the TV timeout, Logan Stanley has gone down the tunnel for Buffalo. So they're down to 5D at the moment as the Sabres work it in to the Montreal zone. Josh Doan is tied up with Noah Dobson. As the puck comes to the near side, Josh Norris battles with Slavkovsky, and the puck is flown to center ice for Buffalo. Bowen Byram dishes off to Doan. Now Benson near side. Tried to center, rejected by Lane Hudson. Settled back down by Benson, right wing. To the line, Power tried to drift his shot through. Loose at the side of the net, there's a penalty on the play.
Going to see Nick Suzuki heading off for a tripping penalty. That's going to be back-to-back power plays for Buffalo.
So Nick Suzuki, who just got announced, by the way, as a finalist for the Selke Trophy alongside Anthony Cirelli and Brock Nelson. will go off to the penalty box for the first time in this postseason. For all the penalties that we have between Tampa Bay and Montreal, Suzuki took none of them.
Well, Suzuki finds himself in an awkward position as that puck gets fed in from the blue line. It's a scramble in front of the net. It's Bowen Byron would come down from the point. Nick Suzuki was marking him. His hand comes loose, gets into Byron's skates with his stick. Byron goes down, and Buffalo back to the power play.
Didn't look very threatening on their first man advantage, and we can see why. They've been a measly 1 for 25 now in the Stanley Cup playoffs as the Canadians win the D-zone faceoff and clear it all the way out down the ice. And we expect faceoffs are not going to be an advantage at all this series for Buffalo, as they'll come ahead to center. 8:08 to go in the first. It's 1-0 Sabres. Here goes Thompson over the Montreal line. He's stripped of the puck. And Jake Evans will go back the other way. He tried to roll it through the middle for Newhook. It goes right to Lyon. And the Sabres settle it down. Here goes Rasmus Dahlin. From center, drops it back. And the Buffalo Sabres come back in over the Montreal line. Thompson down low. He's stick checked. And again, it's cleared by the Canadians. Buffalo can't even get set up here, 5-on-4. Quick up from Lyon, looking for Alex Tuch. That's broken up again by Montreal. And once more, the Sabres will try from behind their own net on this breakout.
Everybody in the building now starting to grumble.
Sabres at center. Jack Quinn, right side. Chips and chases. Habs win the battle again and clear it. This power play looks more like a game of tennis right now. Puck goes to one side, then it goes to the other. As the Sabres come to center with it. And they're able to break in clean this time, although it gets away from Ryan McLeod in the corner. Benson's there to back him up, and finally Buffalo gets set. 23 seconds left of their power play. Far side. Handled by Benson. To Jack Quinn on the wing. Looking toward the net. Josh Stone in front. They score! Ryan McLeod. And Buffalo finally get their much-needed power play goal. 6:34 to go in the first, and the Sabres have made it 2-0.
Well, the result of that power play is the goal, but my goodness, was it ugly getting there. The first power play group can do nothing. It's the second group who comes on, and it looks like Montreal is going to be able to clear again, but it's a puck battle net front and escape Lane Hudson's stick. It finds its way over to Benson. Benson to McLeod on the back post, and Dobesh can't recover fast enough to get his left leg over to make the block. And it's a 2-0 lead for Buffalo.
JP, that might be the worst power play I've ever seen that's ended in a goal.
Shocking. Shocking. You could hear the reaction from the players, the first group in particular, as they headed off the ice. They were frustrated. They were frustrated with the referees. And yet here the Buffalo Sabres find themselves up 2.
Benson and Doan get the assist. So Benson and Doan now with multi-point efforts in this game as Ryan McLeod has his first of the playoffs. Habs in their own zone. Dobson at center. Newhook left side. Cross ice. Tried to find Ivan Demidov. It's broken up though by Buffalo. Loose puck at center. Settled down by Connor Timmins. Tage Thompson. Oh, good move through center. Past Newhook. He'll throw it off to the far side in space. Samuelson to Dahlin. Rips it wide of the net. Back to the line. This gets away from Tage Thompson. And here come the Sabres right back in. Samuelson chips it in deep. Matheson is there, and he's going to tower this out to center. All the way back. Dahlin throws it up the wing. Doc goes down at center ice. Puck is taken away though by Tuch. In by himself on the right side. Directed off the boards. Carrier pushed in hard by Peyton Krebs. Top line out there for Buffalo. It's Krebs with Tuch and Thompson. As Tage Thompson tried to center. Dahlin, little backhander, and that's squeezed by Jakub Dobish. So Buffalo, with the early advantage at home here, they get the power play goal from Ryan McLeod from Benson and Doan to go up 2-0 on Habs Hockey on TSN 690.
That's the case, especially considering the Habs were playing Tampa. You know, an offensive juggernaut, a team who can kind of score their way out of mistakes. And what we've seen early on here, the Canadians, I think, playing some pretty emotional hockey. Probably frustrated at their lot right now, but I think that there's obviously a long way to go in the game, but there's still some time left here in the first period. They've had some looks. It's only they're leading Buffalo 7-6 in shots right now. Just have to settle things down. Get a look. You never know. You might be able to get right back into this.
Sabres kick it into the Montreal zone. Bit of a tough luck period here for Montreal. They've hit a crossbar already as well. And that Buffalo power play had nothing going until the final seconds in which they scored. As here's Bowen Byram to center ice. Sabres break in left side with Jason Zucker. Puck gets away and taken by Montreal. Back down ice. Here goes Deneau looking for Texier, and that was out of his reach. Into the corner, though, Texier tosses it round the boards. That'll float all the way out to center ice for a waiting Noah Dobson. Canadians back up into their own zone. Dobson and Hudson through center. Here's Hudson left side. Skips it in behind the Sabre net. Slavkovsky had it pinned up along the boards. Caulfield fishes it free. To the line. Hudson directs it wide. And the Sabres clamber ahead to center ice. Josh Doan throws it right to Dobson. And here go the Canadians right back in with Nick Suzuki. Played in behind the Sabre net. Caulfield wheels around the zone and tried to connect with Dobson. That got away from him.
A dangerous play with Caulfield. He tries to go backhand almost halfway across the ice. It just doesn't make it through. He's looking for Gooley.
Habs behind their own net. Matheson up to the line. That's picked off, but it's going to be offside here on Buffalo with 3:11 to go in this first period. That's going to send us to another break here with the Sabres in front by 2 on Habs Hockey on TSN 690.
Insurance partner of the Montreal Canadiens. Enjoy the game.
Back in Buffalo, 3:11 to go in the first. Sabres have a 2-0 lead, and JP Josh Doan is factored into both of their goals thus far.
You know, I remember hearing Lindy Ruff talk about Josh Doan earlier on this season, and I've looked at Doan as a bit of a wild card, and I thought, you know what, that can't be the case. He's far too established now. He's still a young guy, but he plays a mature game. Lindy Ruff really appreciates not only his combativeness, but his poise and his ability to drive this line that he's on, and this line so far has looked pretty dangerous.
Has when the D-zone face-off. Play it all the way down. That's going to go for an icing call. Josh Doan was part of Team USA's gold medal winning group at the 2025 World Championship. That's kick-started quite a run here for USA Hockey on the international stage. Got to say, JP, kind of like seeing Marty St. Louis' kid Ryan wear the Star Spangled Banner colors for Team USA. It looks a little strange seeing Doan not in a Team Canada jersey.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I wonder how his pop feels about that. I know you and I bumped into him in the elevator this year, and he's still very much a Team Canada guy.
Sabres have it in the attacking zone. Thompson hands it off up high. Long shot, never got through. Bowen Byram dishes off left side. Another try from Dahlin, doesn't hit the mark. Sabres battle near side. Byram into the slot for Krebs. Back to Byram, and he'll wrist it wide. Now Demidov flips it to center. Here go the Habs. Down the far wing. Evans with a shot. That's stopped by Lyon on a partial odd man break.
It actually caught the post. The Buffalo's going to get a penalty out of this.
Habs down the far side with Carrier. To the line, Slavkovsky. Drops it off. Carrier. Over to Hudson. Through the middle. Slavkovsky tried to pass it over. It's touched by Buffalo, and the Canadians will get their first man advantage of the series with 2:02 remaining in the first.
Alex Newhook had his hands up in the air. He thought that this puck was going in. It was Jake Evans and Newhook in on a 2-on-1. Evans calls his own number, fires this puck. You can see the frustration on Evans as he goes back to the bench. Thought he had it. It ends up making its way through Lyons and then ends up hitting the left post behind him. Then, unfortunately for Evans, he gets dumped into the back crossbar, and it's going to be Dahlin heading off, and Dahlin plays an important role in the penalty kill for Buffalo. Their captain is heading off. Canadians will see if they can cut this lead to 1 before the end of the first.
Habs power play 19.2%, 5 of 26 in the first round. Buffalo's PK against Boston was pretty darn good at 87.5%.
The Canadians will remember what happened in round 1 with Slavkovsky. 3 power play goals in game 1 of that series.
Habs have it behind the Sabre net. They'll get set up. Far side, Demidov out in front. That's warded away by Lyon. Back into the corner. Suzuki to the line. Hudson. Back and forth with Demidov. Hudson with a shot. He sails that one wide.
Lyon never saw it.
And the Sabres fling it all the way out down the ice. Canadians down the far wing with Cole Caulfield. Drops it back to the line. Here's Suzuki as the Canadians get set up. Demidov through the middle, and he rifles that wrister off the mark. Well, battled on the near side here by Buffalo, and they'll get it out to center. Minute 6 to go, and the 5-on-4 for Montreal. Suzuki brings it in.
Greenway just thumped Caulfield along the wall.
Now in the slot, Demidov with a wrister. There's a good block in front by Beck Mallenstein. Near side, Caulfield to the slot. Hudson off to Caulfield. Demidov passes down low. Slavkovsky drives in front, and they score! Nick Suzuki, power play goal for Montreal. And the Habs get one back late in the first to make it 2-1.
It's just a power move. Power move off of the wall, down to the goal line to Slavkovsky. Slavkovsky steps out in front, and this puck finds its way over to Nick Suzuki on the back post for the tap in. But it's a great read by Slavkovsky. He understands where this puck is going to end up from Demidov. takes it hard to the blue paint, allows Suzuki to get loose, and Suzuki taps that one in. Has a goal in Game 7, and the captain gets one late, in the first period of Game 1.
Second of the playoffs for Suzuki, who had over 40 points on the power play this season. Top 3 in the National Hockey League as the Buffalo Sabres have iced the puck. So Slavkovsky will certainly get the primary assist on that. That'll be his first assist of the playoffs. Matter of fact, his first point since putting up 3 power play goals in Game 1 versus Tampa Bay.
It's going to be his 4th point, and it's going to be on the power play as well. Demidov will get an assist on this, and it's a slick little backhand pass that he makes down to the goal line for Slavkovsky.
Just the second point of the playoffs as well for Ivan Demidov. 33.8 seconds to go in the first. We got a face-off in the Sabre zone. And Buffalo win it back. Matthias Samuelsson directed off the boards to center. Here they go. Far side. Benson tried to go through the middle. That's warded off by Jakub Dobish. Got the stick out. And the Canadians behind their own net. Alexandre Texier looks into the corner. It's taken away by Buffalo. Now roll it back behind the net. Dobson pitchforks it over to the near side. Anderson strips it away, and that's going to be all for the first period. Sabres will come away with the lead, but the Montreal Canadiens might have the momentum after getting a late power play goal to make this a 2-1 game.
That's quite the start for Buffalo as they take full advantage of their opportunities. Nick Suzuki cuts it in half, as you mentioned, Victor. There'll be a reset, and this should be an interesting second.
Josh Doan from Benson at 4:31, then McLeod on the power play at 13:26 from Benson and Doan. And then Suzuki at 19:16 from Slavkovsky and Demidov also on the power play. That's your scoring summary for the first period of play. We will have the first intermission roundtable for the first time in this second round coming up next on Habs Hockey on TSN 690.
Intermission is brought to you by Wegovy. Ask your doctor for Wegovy by name and visit
Josh Doan off an odd man rush. Lane Hudson lost his footing at center, and Buffalo opened up the goal scoring in game one. Looking toward the net, Josh Doan in front, they score! Ryan McLeod. And Buffalo finally get their much-needed power play goal. 6:34 to go in the first, and the Sabres have made it 2-0. Near side Caulfield to the slot. Hudson off to Caulfield. Demidov passes down low. Slavkovsky drives in front, and they score! Nick Suzuki, power play goal for Montreal. And the Habs get one back late in the first to make it 2-1.
Welcome back to Montreal Canadiens hockey here on TSN 690. Mitch Gallo and Peter Vrionis with you. The Buffalo Sabres lead the Montreal Canadiens by a score of 2-1 after the first period of Game 1, Round 2. Your first period scoring summary, 431, Josh Doan from Zach Benson. That was Doan's second of the postseason. 13:26, Buffalo made it 2-0. Ryan McLeod, power play goal. His first of the playoffs, Zach Benson and Josh Doan with assists. And then at 19:16, another power play goal. Nick Suzuki, his second from Uri Slavkovsky and Ivan Demidov. It's time for the first intermission roundtable. And we have our color commentator, JP O'Connor, with us. JP, let's get to that power play goal scored by Montreal, as it was a great heads-up play there by Uri Slavkovsky at the goal line.
It was indeed, but the time and space was given to him by the backhand feed from Demidov. So I think that's where you got to start. That's where you got to tip your hat. And if you're Slavkovsky at that point, you all of a sudden it's jackpot. Your eyes light up. You remember Game 1 of the last series where you're just driving pucks and taking shots to the net. He sees the pace. He gets there. He attracts attention. And what does it do? It allows Nick Suzuki just to find himself a little bit of space in the back post, and there it is for the Canadiens. They cut the lead in half. Listen, that was a difficult period for the Habs. They got caught early on at least 2 or 3 occasions. Buffalo able to capitalize on at least one of them on goals off of the rush. The Canadiens' defensive posture was not great. As I mentioned to Victor during the run of play, that the difference here tactically with Buffalo is that they're very north-south, whereas Tampa Bay would get a puck, and when they got to your blue line, all of a sudden they spread. They were trying to pull you apart. They were trying to get you to open up the middle of the ice by going to the walls. It's not the case at all with Buffalo, at least early on here, Mitch, and the Canadiens got caught on a couple of occasions.
Now, JP, even before that Suzuki goal, I never felt in that period that the Canadiens were out of it because they were able to sustain ozone time, and it just felt like a much more wide-open game. Do you expect the series to play itself out that way? I know you don't have a crystal ball here, but the way that these teams play, right?
Well, I think that if you're Montreal right now, and I think most of our listeners want to hear, how Montreal is going to handle this, and the way that you handle it, as I said earlier in the chat, that there has to be a better offensive zone posture. So, meaning when the Canadiens are in the offensive zone, there has to be numbers that are a little higher up in the zone. So if there is, in fact, a turnover, that you have somebody there and you can help with all of those Sabres that are coming on the rush. The flip side of that, the benefit to that, though, if you're the Montreal Canadiens, is that, I don't know about you, Pete, Buffalo didn't look too comfortable in their own zone either. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, Mitch, are you on board with me on that one?
Oh, 100%.
So, if they have that posture and the puck is able to come up to the point, which the Canadiens like to do, they like to go off the goal line and get the puck up to the point, and you have somebody in that high slot area, well, what does that do? That pulls Buffalo out of position as well. So I think it can be twofold. That defensive posture is going to allow the Canadiens to create offense in the offensive zone.
JP, Tough period for Lane Hudson.
It really was, and it's unfortunate to see. I'm sure that he would have loved to see that first opportunity go in, and isn't it just typical? You get one opportunity to bury one short side off the pad, off the crossbar. What a weird looking bounce that was, and then right afterwards you get kind of hung up at the red line. You get your skate caught along the dasher, down you go, and Benson comes in. Benson and that entire line who have played so well early on in this playoff year come in. Benson just holds Dobesh for as long as he can, freezes him, and gets the puck over to Doan, who's on the back post. Couldn't find an easier one for Doan.
Now, what about Jakub Dobesh? Those 2 goals that he gave up had no chance on them, but overall, I thought he made a pretty big save in the slot shot there as well.
Yep.
He's just coming to his own here, JP. How critical is he going to be in this series where I feel like there will be a lot of offense?
Well, there will be, and there's also going to be a lot of traffic. There's going to be a lot of traffic in front of him, and I think what we saw with Tampa Bay, who very much had a forward anchored in front of Dobesh for the majority of the series, even at time 2 of the Lightning players there, he just didn't seem to get overly flustered, did we? We've seen an emotional Dobesh, and now I think what we're seeing is a guy who understands that it's just the nature of the position. There's going to be guys in your line of sight. There's going to be guys talking to you. There's going to be guys bumping you. You just have to get on with it and use the fact that you're a big body, that you can see over, that you can see around to get your bearings and to make the easy saves.
JP, I think in the last round, Canadiens fans quickly developed a dislike for Brandon Hagel and the way he plays. And I think in this series, fans are going to equally dislike Zach Benson very quickly. And I think that line as a whole of Benson, Doan, and Norris is going to be a handful for Montreal all series.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more. And the key, obviously, for that line, there's unbelievable talent in Doan. I talked about during the first period. There's a maturity to his game. There's a strength to his game, despite the fact that he's such a young guy. But the key to that line there is Norris. If the Montreal Canadiens could slot Norris into the number 2 center spot, the Montreal Canadiens are looking at big things. I mean, he is a massive, massive talent there. He just can't stay healthy. And it's not a question of, going into the corners and getting thumped and having, a bit of a run of bad luck. Like, he's done things to himself. Like, he's checked guys and shoulders just go. It's tough to say right now, but he is damaged goods. But if he can stay healthy, he can be a wild card in this series, and he could really make that line tick.
No doubt about it. Even missed games in the previous series and was once again limited this season to just 44 games, playing half the season, which is why it's surprising Buffalo has had the success that they've had without such a significant player for stretches here.
Well, that's it. Listen, he misses games 3, 4, and 5 last series. He gets a goal in Game 6, to best the Bruins. But he's one of those guys, Mitch, like you said, you can count on him for maybe 50 games a year? And
Max.
Max, you're absolutely correct. And yet, in one of the seasons that he played in Ottawa, he had 35 and 65 games. I mean, he is a mass. That trade from San Jose, that San Jose and Ottawa make for Karlsson, it doesn't happen if Norris isn't part of it. He was a key component to that deal.
Thanks, JP.
You got it.
JP will be back with second period action. The Montreal Canadiens trail the Buffalo Sabres by a score of 2-1 after 1. Coming up next, we'll get you caught up with the out-of-town scoreboard here on TSN 690.
CKGM AM is TSN. Insurance. You deserve the best broker there is. SOR Insurance, official damage insurance partner of the Montreal Canadiens. Enjoy the game.
Welcome back to Montreal Canadiens hockey. Canadiens trail the Buffalo Sabres 2-1 after one. Doan and McLeod scoring for Buffalo. Nick Suzuki for the Canadiens. Only one game later tonight. It is game 2 between the Vegas Golden Knights and the Anaheim Ducks. Vegas took the first game of that series, so they lead 1-0. You got to watch out for a couple key players here. How about Cutter Gauthier of the Anaheim Ducks? 41 goals during the regular season. Jack Eichel for the Vegas Golden Knights had 90 points. Coming up next, the second period between Buffalo and Montreal. Habs trailed 2-1. Victor Finley and JP O'Connor with the call.
Into the Buffalo Sabres, Victor Finley with JP O'Connor on the call tonight as the Canadiens get set to move from left to right. And they will win the face-off to start the second period of play and immediately dump it into the Buffalo zone. The Sabres do have Logan Stanley back on the bench. He played just 3 shifts in that first period, but he seems to be back at their disposal again as they get an early tip on Dobish from Zach Benson. That's kicked away. Now Rasmus Dahlin from the line. Tried to dish it over to the far side. That's picked off and played off the glass down the ice by Montreal.
Benson has been all around the puck early on in this game.
Rasmus Dahlin turns away. Back into his own zone. And the Sabres come back down the far side. Played into Montreal territory. Krebs knocks it around the boards. This gets away from Alex Tuck. And the Habs play it out to center. Bowen Byram rolls it to the neutral zone. Canadians are on it. Dobson tosses to the far side. Slavkovsky plays that round the boards. Alex Tuck will go ahead to center ice. Throws it off far side. Buffalo threatening. Here's Tage Thompson with a wrister. That one hit a body in front. Might have been Dobson. He was tied up with Tuck as the Habs played out through center ice.
Habs will get a change in. Peyton Krebs bring this puck act into the zone.
So Buffalo on the throttle here to start the first minute 45 of the second period. Quinn at center, passes back, and rolls right to Alex Lyon. He's going to be forced to cover up with pressure from Evans.
We'll take a look at the start of this second period, and Buffalo jumps out to the early 2-0 lead. It does get cut in half, but the first period has been very kind to the Buffalo Sabres, and early on in the 2026 playoffs, they had that lead. 7-1 was the +6 differential in the first period. It's been the flip in the second period. 6-1, Buffalo find themselves down.
Sabres control behind their own net. Play it all the way out to center. Moved in by Montreal. The Canadiens have already spent about half as much time trailing in this series as they did the entire Tampa Bay series. They trailed for just 27 minutes and 12 seconds versus Tampa Bay over all 7 games. As the Canadiens end up icing the puck here, they give up the first goal of the game, 4:31 in tonight, and they have not managed to tie the game since.
Jack Quinn puts the pressure on Arbor Jackeye. Jackeye in his forehand, he chips this puck high into the air. And it's going to go all the way down the ice. It's going to come back into the Canadian zone. We see Logan Stanley on the bench. Seems to be okay. We'll keep an eye on if he goes back down the tunnel. We did say that in Game 6 against Boston, he had gone down the hadn't played, actually, hadn't suited up, sick.
Offensive zone face-off win for Josh Norris on Buffalo as Dahlin tried to step in from the point. Stripped away by Montreal. To center, here come the Sabres right back in. Benson down the wing, trying to drive the net. Good play. It's knocked away by the Habs as they'll move it out to center ice. Gooley's on it now, back into his own zone. He'll drag it in from behind the net. Canadians in on the near side wing. Buffalo territory. Far corner, Kirby Dach. Rolled around to the near side. Veleno skips it over to Mike Matheson. Taken away by Josh Norris, and he'll flip it out to center off the backhand. 16:39 to go in the second. Canadians trail 2-1. Samuelson off the boards to center for Buffalo. Here goes Jordan Greenway, slowly in, and he scores. And Jordan Greenway, who has scored 1 goal all year, back on November the 13th in Colorado, has made it 3-1 for Buffalo in Game 1.
Well, can you believe it? Not much offense left in Greenway's game, but he takes this stretch pass. It comes out of the zone, indirect from inside Buffalo zone, and it's Kozak who backs off the Canadiens' D, runs a little bit of interference, and I don't think there's any question that the puck takes a bit of a tip as it's heading in, but it's Dobesh who gets beat on the glove side. I think Dobesh is going to want to have this goal back. Either way, the 2-goal lead is restored for Buffalo.
So, first of the playoffs, and as we mentioned, just 1 goal in 40 games this year for Jordan Greenway in the regular season. But he comes through with a big one here for Buffalo to extend the gap back to 2. As the Canadians come through center, they're going to be whistled down here for offside. So Jordan Greenway, who is out of Canton, New York, playing back in his home state. He was a pretty high pick 2nd rounder to the Minnesota Wild and has taken on a depth role, but still a very useful player in a lot of ways for Buffalo, JP.
Yeah, without question that he is, and I know that he was coveted coming out of Minnesota, signed in Buffalo, and all of a sudden didn't look too good, and Buffalo couldn't really get anything accomplished, but here he is getting an opportunity to play in the playoffs and a depth role, but makes an impact with that wrist shot.
Sabres play it into the Montreal zone. Their turn to ice the puck here. With 16:01 to go in the second. Jordan Greenway played 3 years, Boston University. He was a psychology major. Went on to play for USA at the 2018 Olympic Games. He was the first ever African American to play for the USA men's hockey team at the Olympic Games. And now playing his 9th season, 475 games later in the National Hockey League. As the Canadians win the offensive zone faceoff, a far side shot is caught by Lyon, and he will freeze that in the blue paint for the whistle.
It's a straight win back, and it's the puck goes from Hudson over to Dobson, and Dobson I thought was going to one-time that, but just had to wait for traffic to get to the net. And again, in that instance, he's not looking to score directly. He's looking for a high slot tip from Nick Suzuki. Cole Caulfield's finding his way to the back post as well. Intentions were good. Canadians weren't able to convert.
Josh Norris versus Nick Suzuki off the draw. And Suzuki's going to win this one away. To the line. Hudson tries a shot, trails wide. The goal is officially Greenway from Samuelson. It's Matthias Samuelson at 3:32 of the second period. Here go the Sabres to center. Josh Stone skates it in over the Montreal line. He'll play it into the far corner. Back up to the line it goes for Bowen Byron. Rolled it down low. Dobson cuts it off. Sabres still with it on the forecheck. Far side, Suzuki battles with Norris. Norris hangs on, and he'll spin it off to Benson. He gets upended, but we play on as Lane Hudson moves it over to Dobson. And here goes Slavkovsky to center. Swept into the Buffalo zone, right to Rasmus Dahlin. He'll stretch it out. Alex Tuck moves into the Montreal zone. Off to Thompson. Try to go back to Tuck. He passed it behind him. And the Canadians almost had numbers the other way, but Newhook couldn't get the pass off. Habs down the right side, tipped in by Jake Evans. Sabres play it off the boards. Around for Peyton Krebs. He's going to scramble ahead to center ice. Now in behind the Montreal net, Matheson nudges the puck back to the corner. Newhook is on it. As the Canadians tumble it to center ice. And we got a puck out of play here. It's deflected with 14:18 to go in the second. Sabres up 3-1.
Well, there's been a pretty significant change on the first line, Victor. As you know, it's Peyton Krebs has moved up. Had been playing a lot of center for this Buffalo team, deeper in the lineup, but has moved up playing on the left wing alongside Tage Thompson and Alex Tuck, and has had a real impact, playing a far more of a physical role and doing a lot of the heavy lifting down low for the Sabres teammates.
He has a unique distinction, JP, of having played in the Western Hockey League with both the Kootenay Ice and the Winnipeg Ice. Neither franchise exists anymore.
Seems to be too young for that.
Sabres have it at center ice. Of course, Kootenay relocated to Winnipeg, and then Winnipeg relocated to what is now the Wenatchee Wild, the Western Hockey League. Stanley at the line. He's going to be offside. And that's going to be a neutral zone faceoff coming up here on the other side of the break. 13:58 left in the second period. Jordan Greenway has a big goal here. 58 to go in this second period of play. The Sabres now up 3-1, JP, with 3 goals on 8 shots.
Well, it's certainly not optimal for Montreal. Buffalo has to be feeling great about themselves, especially considering they've got 1 goal on a power play that has not been clicking at all. But Jordan Greenway was probably the least expected goal scorer on this Buffalo Sabres team. Only had 1 goal during the season, and that was not the best wrist shot that he fired in, but it did manage to find its way through as it hit Dobash's glove.
Canadians in their own zone. There's Noah Dobson. They'll skip it out through center. Connor Timmins in behind his own net. Can't get the puck out of the zone. He'll go back for it, play it off the boards. And now it does come to center. Here go the Sabres in transition. McLeod off through the middle, and that shot from Quinn might have gone off the crossbar as it stays out off another grade A opportunity for Buffalo. Shuffled off to the line. Stanley left side. Bounces a shot wide. Now Rasmus Dahlin. Over to Jack Quinn near side.
Penalty coming up for the Habs.
Yeah, that'll be against Montreal when they touch it. Here's Quinn in the slot. Tricky move around Dobson. Unable to get a shot away though. Now Quinn reloads. Another try. And that one stopped in front. Sabres stick with it. And now at the line, it's finally touched by Carrier, and Buffalo nearly made it 4-1, JP, off a rip from Jack Quinn, but they'll get another try here on the power play.
The sequence with Jack Quinn. Starts off a 2-on-1, and he gets it. He could not have hit this crossbar any squarer. Dobesh did manage to get across, but that puck was beating him. Quinn with no goals here so far in the first round and early on in game 2.
And Gooley goes off for cross-checking. Sabres are 1 for 2 on the power play tonight. See if this one looks any better than the last. Don't let the number fool you. Power play goal they got on their last man advantage was not a power play that exactly inspired confidence. As a scramble off the draw here, Canadians in their own zone. Roll it behind the net. Newhook gets over to it, and he'll hammer that off the glass down the ice.
Maybe this is just Buffalo playing possum. Just wait until the end and strike.
They got their first unit out there right now. It's Dahlin, Thompson, Tuck Norris, and Jason Zucker. And here they go over the line. Dahlin moving in. His shot took a deflection wide. And the Habs gave up a partial break there off a relatively normal looking zone entry from Buffalo as Dahlin reloads. Comes back in far side wing. Habs dig it away. And Jake Evans will roll it all the way down the ice.
Well, we're going to get another look at this, but I think this caught some of the iron as well from Dahlin as he lets a wrister go high.
Here's Zucker back into the Montreal zone. Gave it away on a drop pass right to Suzuki, and he goes down, but there's no call here. Byram hands it off. Sabres coming over the line. Benson for Byram left side. Second unit back on for Buffalo. Benson up high. Left side, hands off to Jack Quinn. Down to Benson. And the puck is fished away from him by Carrier, but it goes right back around for Ryan McLeod. McLeod up high to the line for Byram. Tries a wrister. That's stopped and knocked down for the whistle by Dobish with 20 seconds left in this Buffalo Sabre man advantage.
But Zucker in the corner with Anderson. They look like they might be getting into it. Now this is a really interesting play, and this is what I was talking about with Dahlin as he fires that puck, and it does indeed catch iron. You know, that slingshot play that you see all the time by NHL teams as they're trying to make their way into the zone, it suckers the defensive team into slowing down at their own blue line. They do not want to give that up at all costs. But if you fire the puck up quickly enough and you and you leave somebody who maintains their speed, as what happened with Dahlin, he can catch the pass and you can walk in as he did, basically untouched. We saw Mike Matheson do it this past year. We've seen Lane Hudson do it.
Here's Byram up high for Buffalo, and they score. Canadians couldn't clear, and Buffalo make them pay dearly. It's another power play goal and a 3-goal lead for the Sabres.
Bowen Byram's going to get his 4th goal of the playoffs. And if you look net front, who is right there? It's Doan taking away the eyes. It starts with a failed clearance, and this is an easy play. This is Hudson who gets caught. Doesn't know whether he should go or not, and it allows Byron to walk down, and right at the tops of the circles, he looks, he finds that top left corner, and he makes no mistake as Dobesh can't see the puck, can't see the release.
4th of the playoffs already for Byram. Not just tied a Buffalo's single postseason record for goals by defensemen. He ties Jason Woolley, Alexei Zhitnik, and Mike Ramsey with 4 in just 7 games. And the Canadians ice it off the center ice face-off. 4 shots, or check that, 4 goals, 9 shots for Buffalo. Crowd is into the game, and the Sabres are all over Montreal almost halfway through the second period.
Well, Byron had a career high of 11 goals and 42 points this season. It's going to be a Buffalo penalty. It's a high stick.
Beck Mallenstein goes off, so Montreal with an opportunity here to grab some momentum right back.
Well, you can see everybody looking around, both Montreal Canadiens players and the Buffalo Sabres players. They thought that this was an icing at first, but everybody looking up to the clock to see where that penalty happens. Mallenstein has the puck along, or excuse me, comes in for the hit along the wall, and his stick kind of rides high on Hudson. Bit of a soft call. The Canadians will take it.
Habs are 1 for 1 on the power play tonight, thanks to Nick Suzuki, but the Sabres get an early clear. Demidov settles it down. Now off to Caulfield. He'll throw it back for Suzuki. Over the line into Sabre territory. Up high, Hudson. Far side, Slavkovsky. Spins it around right to Matthias Samuelsson, and here go the Sabres to center. They did have 11 shorthanded goals on the season. They're a very aggressive team on the PK. As the goal gets officially announced, here's Caulfield moving in. Ryan McLeod gets the lone assist on the Byram marker. Hudson up high. Far side, Habs get set. Suzuki to the slot, drops off. Hudson for Suzuki. Can't get the shot through traffic. Rolls right over, though, to Juraj Slavkovsky. Wheeling through the slot. To the line. Hudson. Dishes over. Far side, Suzuki. Through the middle. This gets away from Hudson. He'll collect it off the boards, though, and hold it in. Habs down low. Suzuki. To the line for Hudson. Tried to pass it through a seam for Caulfield. Goes back over to Suzuki. Cross ice for Slavkovsky near wing. Drops off for Ivan Demidov. To the point. Hudson. Far side. Suzuki to Hudson. Near side Demidov to the net. Lyon got a piece of that as it rolls to the corner. 15 seconds to go on the power play. Canadians have it up high. Hudson up top. Demidov with a rip, and that takes a deflection high out of play.
Well, there's a rotation, I think, that's more interesting for the Canadians. Haven't been able to get any clean looks. And this puck finally makes it down from Demidov as he takes a one-time opportunity. Canadians are net front, but ends up catching one of the defenders.
Just 6 seconds to go on the power play for Montreal. Habs looking for some action here on the power play. But Buffalo take it away and clear it to center. And the Canadians get one shot, but they are 1 for 2 on the power play as Zach Bolduc rifles it in. 8:39 left in the second period. Collected by Buffalo in their own zone. Josh Doan tosses it to center. Habs reload. And Alex Newhook will fire it in to the Sabre zone. Here goes Norris the other way with speed. To center. Now into the attacking zone. Norris peels back. Sabres up 4-1. Here's Dahlin through the middle and weaving in, takes a shot that's caught and froze it by Dobish. So Habs with a chance to strike back on the power play cannot convert. It's Jordan Greenway and Bowen Byram with a pair of goals here that have made it 4-1 Sabres on Habs hockey on TSN 690. As they are down by 3 here with 8:07 to go in the second period.
Well, you're halfway through the game at this point, and I think you have to look down the bench if you're the Montreal Canadiens. If you are not showing up, as I think many of the players are tonight, you have to give your head a shake. There's still plenty of time left for the Canadiens to get back into this game.
D-zone face-off win for Suzuki. Played around the boards to center by Montreal, picked up by Doan. And the Sabres drag it back into their own zone with Rasmus Dahlin. Now Krebs at center, stolen away by Montreal. And filtered into the Buffalo zone. Dahlin flings it round the boards. Krebs at center, has it stripped away by Juraj Slavkovsky. Slavkovsky to center with Suzuki. He'll toss it in. And makes a beeline for it on the forecheck. Sabres take it away. Dahlin up the far side. Swatted right back around to the near wing. And Hudson from the line through the middle. That's skipped on Texier. Then the Sabres fly it out through center again. This might go for icing. It will. With 7:05 to go in the second, and Buffalo in front 4-1.
It just looked like the Canadiens had found a way in on Lyon with the pass from Hudson into Texier. Texier, as he tries to bring this puck to his backhand to get a shot on net, gets his stick lifted. The Canadiens should consider themselves pretty lucky right now. Yes, they're down 4-1, but you look at Thompson, you look at Tuck, you look at even somebody like Dahlin back there. It's been a pretty quiet game for their top guns.
Face-off win for Evans. Demidov right side with a wrister. He sailed it wide. Shots 14-11 right now in favor of the Canadiens. Buffalo take it away and flip it to center. Tage Thompson. Dishes off to Bowen Byram. They'll play that round the boards. Ryan McLeod down low. Looking for some space here. Dealing with Newhook. It goes back to the line. It's caught by Buffalo. Power over to Zucker. He'll spin it wide of the net. Power in behind now. Carries all the way around and then drops it off. Zucker, far wing with a wrister. That one is stopped by Dobish.
Canadians got crossed up between Newhook and Evans. Banged into one another on a crossing pattern.
Sabres up high now. Jack Quinn with a wrister. That's stopped. He'll pick up his own rebound in behind the net. Sabres working around the offensive zone. Quinn up high. Engulfs that one well wide. As Zucker passes into the slot for Buffalo. Quinn heads off to Power. Look to drop it to Quinn, and it comes out over the line. Buffalo forced to abandon the zone.
Buffalo had the better part of a minute zone time. Even they were tired, looking for a change.
And now it's coughed up by Power, but Greenway wins it back for Buffalo. And Tyson Kozak will play it in. This is the fourth line for the Sabres. Malenstein, Kozak, and Greenway. Greenway's got a goal tonight. Centered, and Dahlin right there. That's stopped by Dobish, who makes another pad save off the far side.
It's incredible.
And the Habs loft it to center, and the fourth line for Buffalo nearly had another.
Well, look at the battle in Dobish as he makes his way across the crease. That puck is just sitting there. It gets fed in, and it's the left pad that comes out at the last moment to save this from getting out of hand.
Sabres will play it in from center ice. Move back around to the neutral zone. Corralled by Gooley. Passes off. And here goes Josh Anderson rolling it in to Sabre territory. Bowen Byram. Plenty of space now for Buffalo with 4.5 to go in the second.
Josh Anderson giving it to the referee. Felt like he had been interfered. Smashes his stick in half and slams the gate.
Chopped in from center by Buffalo. It's picked up by Montreal. And here they go, right through the middle. Joe Veleno with a wrister. That's caught by Lyon, and he'll squeeze it for the stoppage. As we get a bit of a scrum here, it's going to go all the way into the near corner. Veleno's tied up in the middle of it with Josh Norris.
When Veleno would come in trying to help out Bolduc, who had gotten bumped, and they ended up coming over into the corner. Veleno gives a quick shot to Norris, who responds with a right over the top of the linesman.
So they'll be broken up. Zach Benson was in the middle of that. I think we're going to see a lot of that from Benson throughout this series as we are just getting started. Not going great here for Montreal in game one. They are trailing 4-1 to Buffalo on Habs Hockey on TSN 690.
When you choose the
there's always going to be points in a game where teams look at it and think, all right, we're not getting back into this. It's going to be a long series. We'll live to fight another day, and you get through it. But you look at Dobesh, and he has not given up hope. There is a lot of battle left in his game, and you only have to look to that last sequence net front as the puck squirts loose, and it's actually Darlene who comes in from the point, ends up getting a stick on it, fires that puck in backhand. It's a big pad save by Dobesh to keep this a 4-1 game.
Canadians win the ozone face-off and send a low roller toward Lyon that's scooped up, and he'll freeze that. Another crowd draws in front. This one's a little less chippy, though. And will quickly reset for the face-off of the Buffalo zone. Shots 15-14 in favor of the Canadians. Well, this first game has not gone according to plan thus far, as the Habs win the ozone face-off, and they're forced out to center. Zach Bolduc under control. He'll thread it through for Veleno. Here goes Veleno to center. He'll fly it in off the glass. Goes into the end boards with Connor Timmins. Now Bolduc far side. He's squeezed off, and here goes Buffalo to center. It's pickpocketed, though, by Montreal. Right back in. Doc down the wing. Tried to pass it over, and he scores! Second effort for Kirby Doc, and he finds a way in past Alex Lyon, and the Canadians cut the deficit back down to 2.
Listen, that's a little bit of a lucky break for the Montreal Canadiens as Doc gets this puck fed into him from Bolduc, and it's a quick regroup in the neutral zone. Doc gets this puck, and he's trying desperately to find a lane to get it over to Bolduc. As he slides it over, Lyon makes a save. It comes right back onto Doc's stick, and as he's going to ground, he just gets a little bit of it on his backhand, but it's enough to chip it over Lyon on the short side, and he cuts the deficit to 2.
I think he might have had one hand on the stick when he got another piece of that puck, and it's just enough to get it up and over Lyon to make this a 2-goal hockey game. Kirby Doc with his third of the Stanley Cup playoffs for the Montreal Canadiens. Bolduc will get the lone assist. And the Sabres go back into their own zone with Rasmus Dahlin. The center for Zucker. He'll play it in deep. Matheson first to it. Play to the near side. Suzuki. Back to Matheson. Taken away, though, by Buffalo. Zucker far wing. Mattias Samuelson's lost his stick. In fact, it's broken in 2.
It was Mike Matheson who actually chopped it, broke it in half, and Canadians got away with one.
Here goes Slavkovsky through center. Hits the brakes just over the Buffalo line. Cross ice. Alex Newhook into the corner where he's knocked off the puck. And Buffalo tossed it out through center for Herbert Jackeye to scoop up. Habs shoot it right back in. Lyon from behind the net. Plays it round the glass. And all the way out through center. Gooley racing back for it. He's bothered by Josh Doan as the puck gets jarred loose for Jake Evans. Now out through center. Here's Newhook. Almost got in free past Stanley. Picked up, though, by Bowen Byram. Byram to center. They'll just toss it in.
That's a smart, intelligent play. There's no risk at all there for Byram.
Now it's given out in front of the net for Buffalo. That was Benson back to the line. Here's Stanley. Cross ice ends up in the corner. Evans recovers for the Canadians. And it's nudged to center where Newhook swings it in the rest of the way. 90 seconds to go in the second period. Logan Stanley stretches through center. Good feed. Finds Greenway in on Lane Hudson. And Hudson does well to battle Greenway there despite the size disadvantage. The Canadians come to center. Here goes Philip Deneau. A little move to the backhander. He put it off the outside of the net. Owen Power. Played up the far side. Not out. Here's Josh Anderson. Far side hash marks to the line. Lane Hudson. Walks across, tries a shot. Lots of traffic. It never got through. Dobson far side. To the right point for Lane Hudson. Back over to Dobson. Now Hudson left side with a wrister. That didn't get through.
Josh Anderson doing a job net front again with Philip Danault there as well.
Played to center, glove down by Montreal. Hudson off to Texier. Right back in for Hudson. Down the near wing. Back for Texier with a shot. He put that one off the mark. Habs still pressing late in the second period. Texier at the line with Dobson. Hands it back for Lane Hudson. Far side, it's swung wide of the net, and that's going to do it for the second period. As the puck goes all the way back, and the Buffalo Sabres will take what was a 1-goal lead after 20. Now a 2-goal lead to the third period after 40.
Bowen Byram with a power play goal, the second of the game for the Buffalo Sabres. Jordan Greenway gets one as well. Looks like the game might be getting out of hand, but Kirby Dach with a great individual effort cuts the lead to 2. Canadians have been sloppy. Buffalo has been opportunistic. The game is a long way from being over.
Greenway at 3:32, Byram at 9:01 on the power play of the second. Then, as you mentioned, JP, Kirby Dach with an answer back for the Canadians has them hanging around here. Down 4-2 after 2 periods of play. Second intermission roundtable coming up next on Habs Hockey on TSN 690.
There is SOR Insurance, official damage insurance partner of the Montreal Canadiens. Enjoy the game.
Samuelson off the boards to center for Buffalo. Here goes Jordan Greenway, slowly in, and he scores. And Jordan Greenway, who has scored 1 goal all year, back on November the 13th in Colorado, has made it 3-1 for Buffalo. Here's Byram up high for Buffalo, and they score. Canadians couldn't clear, and Buffalo make them pay dearly. It's another power play goal and a 3-goal lead for the Sabres. Greenway's got a goal tonight, centered, and Dahlin right there. That's stopped by Dovish, who makes another pad save off the far side.
It's incredible.
He's squeezed off, and here goes Buffalo to center. It's pickpocketed, though, by Montreal. Right back in, Doc down the wing, tried to pass it over, and he scores! Second effort for Kirby Dach, and he finds a way in past Alex Lyon, and the Canadians cut the deficit back down to 2.
Welcome back to Montreal Canadiens hockey here on TSN 690. Mitch Gallo and Peter Frionis. The Montreal Canadiens trail the Buffalo Sabres by a score of 4-2 after two periods of play. Your second period scoring summary: 3:32, Jordan Greenway from Matthias Samuelsson. 9:01, Bo Byram scores his fourth of the postseason power play goal, with Ryan McLeod getting the assist. And then at 16:31, Kirby Dach, his third from Zach Bolduc. It's time for the second intermission roundtable, and we welcome in our play-by-play man, Victor Finley. And Victor, thank goodness Kirby Dach scored that goal to give the Canadians a little bit of life and hope going in to the third period of play. And isn't it funny? It's a couple times now in the postseason where Kirby Dach comes up with a goal like that. Don't forget, in the last round in Tampa Bay, in Game 5, Tampa Bay scores the big goal. 11 seconds later, here comes Kirby Dach scoring to really negate any momentum Tampa Bay had at that time. And now in the second period in this one, you could see the bench got going maybe a little bit from that Dach goal once again.
Yeah, well, they finished the second period pretty strong overall, so I think you're hoping they can carry some of that momentum into period number 3. But that was a line that wasn't doing, I think, a whole lot for anybody tonight. So good to see Dach get one in there for Montreal, because that there just wasn't much coming else from or much else coming out from that line from that point up to that point in the game.
Now, Victor, with the wide open nature of this game, normally a 2-goal lead in a playoff hockey environment, think you're in tough here heading into the third, but the Habs did generate some chances there. How do they go about limiting Buffalo's chances, because they've had a ton, and then creating chances of their own here down the stretch?
Yeah, I mean, it just hasn't been a very tight defensive game here at all. So I think it's like I talked about in the pregame with the way Buffalo used their D. It's just a different look offensively. And as JP pointed out too, it's a lot less east to west than it was against Tampa Bay. That's Tampa Bay's lateral movement of the puck is what's made them so dangerous, and now you got a Buffalo team that's just going straight forward, north-south. Not a lot of east-west with this group. So a lot of speed, a lot of odd-man rushes for them right now, and it's just a totally different way. Like I got to imagine it's a big challenge here for the Canadians to change the mindset defensively for what is a very different threat offensively for Buffalo compared to what they just had with the Tampa Bay Lightning. So I think that'll be a process. I don't think that's just going to happen all of a sudden in the third period. It might take a couple games, couple days here in the video room to get things right for this group.
Now, hockey can be a humbling game, Victor. And even for myself, I watch games sometimes and I think to myself, I don't know anything about anything. And where am I going with that? Well, the Buffalo Sabres in the month of April scored 1 power play goal. In their last 13 games before tonight, they were 1 for 46 on the power play. Through the first power play and a half in the game tonight, it looked like they couldn't even get entry into the Canadian zone, and Lindy Ruff looked like he was going to blow a gasket. And now Buffalo leads 4-2, and half their goals have come on the power play.
Right. Well, I mean, the second power play inspires no confidence, but they just get a chance in front and cash it in, and then, even the second power play, wasn't exactly overwhelming, and it's the second power play unit again that comes through for Buffalo, right? So the Canadians don't get it clear, and Bowen Byram walks in, and he's able to pick the corner there pretty good on the man advantage. So, I know, Buffalo get the goals, and the law of averages works out eventually here. You're 1 for 25. At some point, you're going to get something to go your way, and that's unfortunately for Montreal. That's happened tonight for Buffalo. So even though the Sabres have 2 goals on the power play, I can't tell you, especially that the first unit still hasn't looked dangerous on the man advantage for the Sabres.
No, it was just the one really nice play from the first unit was kind of the trickery that they pulled on the entry where they kind of completely
where Dahlin gets the break.
And Dahlin gets the break free. That was the only thing that the first unit did.
Yep.
Right.
Agreed. That's been it. Yeah.
Got time for one more here, Mitch?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Go
okay.
ahead. Yep.
So just asking about Cole Caulfield. There's a ton of space in this game, but still, I don't know if he has a shot. Does he have a shot?
Yes, he does.
He does.
Yep.
So I
can't remember it though.
Yeah, I can't remember it either. That's why, I have the box score here, but it's just it has been another rough night for him in terms of generating chances. What do you chalk this up to, Victor? Because he seemed to just find space when there was nothing in the regular season, but now it's a total 180.
I got no answer for you there. I mean, there's space out there tonight. He just hasn't capitalized on it yet. So I don't know if there's something mentally there. He still feels like he's snake bitten from the first round against Tampa Bay, but I still feel like this is a series that Cole Caulfield's going to figure it out, and we're not going to see him get baggled by the Buffalo Sabres for however long this series goes, whether that's 4 games, whether it's 7 games. Not an amazing start here for him tonight, but there's just the way that the series seems to be. With in terms of the way the game's being played right now, there's a lot more space out there than there was against Tampa Bay, and I think at some point he's going to take advantage of that.
Thank you, Victor. We'll let you get ready for the third period.
Yeah, you're welcome.
There is Victor Finley, our play-by-play man here on Montreal Canadiens Hockey on TSN 690. I'm Mitch Gallup with Peter Vrionis. After 2 periods of play, the Buffalo Sabres lead the Montreal Canadiens by a score of 4-2. Coming up next, we'll get you caught up with the out-of-town scoreboard here on TSN 690.
All right.
of the Montreal Canadiens. Enjoy the game.
Welcome back to Montreal Canadiens hockey. Buffalo leads the Canadiens 4-2 in Game 2 after 2 periods of play. Only one other game tonight around the National Hockey League. It's the Vegas Golden Knights and Anaheim Ducks in Game 2 in Las Vegas. Golden Knights lead the series 1-0. Coming up next, the third period between Buffalo and Montreal. It's 4-2 Buffalo. Victor Finley and JP O'Connor with the call.
A 4-2 lead for Buffalo. And JP, while the Canadiens have come back plenty of times in the regular season, they never really had to do it in any of the 7 games against the Tampa Bay Lightning.
No, not at all. And Victor, you look at this right now, there's 11 saves, 15 shots, 4 goals for Buffalo. And the Canadiens in the third period here, I don't think they necessarily need to be letter perfect, but near as damn it. They can't give away any freebies for this Buffalo team. Has not been an easy night for Jakub Dobeš. Has had a couple of goals go past him that he's had no chance on, one that certainly he would like to have back, but made a huge save towards the end of the second period that allowed the Canadiens to get on that and get one back.
Times out shooting Buffalo 17-15. Kirby Dach with the late goal in the second period to make it a 2-goal spread. The Montreal Canadiens go into this third period. They were tied for first in comeback wins this year at 26 with Anaheim. They had 10 comeback wins in the third period alone. As we face off at center ice, Habs moving from right to left. And they come right back in off the face-off. It's Caulfield, 9 seconds into the third with his best look of the night, but it's right at Alex Lyon, and he'll hang on for the whistle.
Oh, this is a set play through the neutral zone off the face-off, and you couldn't ask for a better opportunity for Cole Caulfield. But this puck comes off of his stick, and it comes right back into Lyon's body. The far side, the near side was wide open, but Caulfield just still slightly off mark.
Canadians in the attacking zone again. Another quick shot off the far wing from Slavkovsky is stopped. And here go the Sabres through center. Benson moves in. They'll backhand it around looking for Samuelson. Picked off by Montreal. Sabres this year were 35-2-0 when leading after 2 periods of play.
26 home wins, good for third most in the NHL this year.
Lane Hudson fires it in from center. Puck goes off the glass, and it's going to be called out of play. All time, JP, the Buffalo Sabres are 26-15 in game ones. 12-5 at home overall. They've had a sparkling record in game one of playoff series in the history of their franchise.
Well, look to be continuing it on through 2 periods of this game. Canadians could have got one back real early on the Caulfield opportunity.
Center ice face-off. It's claimed by Montreal. Demidov backhands it in. Sabres go after it behind their own net. Tage Thompson. He'll drop it off. Buffalo try and roll it to center ice. Krebs is waiting for it. It's picked off though by Evans, and he'll throw it in. Demidov after it behind the Sabre net. Plays it back. Carrier with a low shot. That's stopped by the pad of Alex Lyon. Buffalo hoist it to center. Brought back in over the line by Demidov. Tries to make a move on Timmins. It's caught by Buffalo and played out to center ice. We are 90 seconds into the third. Still 4-2 Sabres. Here's Bolduc over the Buffalo blue line. And behind the Sabre net it comes. Jack-Eye to Doc. Moved all the way to the near side. Stolen away by Jack Quinn. Out to center with McLeod. Steered in behind the Montreal net. Timmins centering attempt rolls through. And Buffalo center it again. And this time Jack Quinn can't get it to go. As the Canadians dodge another chance. Here's Doc down ice, but Alex Lyon will range out to get the puck before him. That was almost a breakaway for Kirby Doc.
Jack Quinn with another golden opportunity for the Sabres. Had one off of the crossbar and just can't get on the back of that one.
Josh Anderson in his own zone with Noah Dobson. Over to Lane Hudson. To center, now here's Deneau. Left side, rolls it around the boards. And it comes all the way out to center. Habs tip it in. Buffalo try and track it down. It's picked up by Philip Deneau. His centering effort goes off a leg. And Lane Hudson will move it right back up ice for Philip Deneau. He stopped though at the Sabre line.
Deneau at the end of his shift trying to get off the ice. Got to get that puck in deep.
Now Texier, he'll do just that. As Anderson gives pursuit. Sabres flip it ahead. Can't get it out. Suzuki down low. Rolled around the boards for Carrier. Cross ice. Matheson shot stopped by Lyon. Now Owen Power. He'll rip that off the boards. That's going to be an icing call. With 16:20 to go in the third. It's been mostly Montreal here to start this third period.
Well, you see Owen Power collect that puck. He had more time than he thought. And he ends up rimming it around the wall. And this is going to keep the group out on the ice from Buffalo. Canadians with an opportunity to take advantage of a tired group.
Face-off glove hand side on line. It's won back by Buffalo. Out to center. Benson rolls it in. Dobson behind his own net. Up for Nick Suzuki. Crossing through center. Hands off to Caulfield near side. To Hudson at the line. Habs get set up. Shot attempt from Dobson doesn't get through. Caulfield off to Slavkovsky. Back to Dobson. Leaves it for Slavkovsky through the middle. Low shot. Easily handled by Lyon. Now loose at the side of the net. Nudged ahead by Byram. Here goes Buffalo to center with Thompson. Off on the wing, now Tuck from Krebs, far side, Tuck, wraparound try. Can't get that to go as Suzuki cradles it for Montreal and hands off to Lane Hudson.
That's a tough man to stop. When Tuck drops his shoulder and decides he's going to take it to the net, you better buckle up, dig your edges in, because that's a big man coming towards you.
Matheson behind the net, over to Jake Evans. Now Carrier at center, backhands it in. Connor Timmins works it around. It's taken away by Matheson, up high. Through the middle, Demidov goes down, passed it off anyway, and a shot is stopped by Alex Lyon. And he will hang on to that as it's Newhook with the shot, but Ivan Demidov does pretty well to drive that play, JP.
Well, it's such a lovely play, and it's a great demonstration of skill by Demidov as he takes this pass off of the wall from Matheson, and he slides it under McLeod's stick, gets it over to Newhook. He gets dumped, and Newhook manages to get a shot in on net. Newhook frustrated he didn't do better with that.
Face off to the glove side on Lyon. It's a clean win for Jake Evans. Here's Carrier. Hard shot from the line, missed. Byram plays it ahead for Greenway. Stuffed out to center. Canadians right back in. Evans passes off through the middle, taken away by Greenway, and he tried to spring Beck Mallenstein at center. That pass missed. Habs shoot it back in.
The Canadians are building on a couple of shifts now, seeing if they can continue this momentum.
Sabres flip it to center. Josh Norris on it. Tried to cross over the Montreal line. It's taken away by Doc. And the Canadians will slide it to center. It's deflected in, but on the wrong side of center ice, and therefore it's an icing call with 14:04 remaining in game one.
Well, it's a bit of a searching pass from the back end that ends up finding Kirby Doc's stick. Doc just tips this puck up into the air.
Kirby Doc with a goal tonight for the Montreal Canadiens. Face off to the blocker side on Dobich. It's one back by Buffalo. Here's Tuck with a try. That's corralled by Dobich as Gooley is down here in some pain. As Doc and Krebs get into its side of the net. They're former adversaries from the Western Hockey League days. And Gooley's going to go off here under clear duress. For the Montreal Canadiens, we're going to take a break. Be back on the other side here. 13:58 left in the third on Habs Hockey on TSN 690. On Montreal in period number 3. But a better start here, JP, to this final frame as the Habs try and clamber back into it.
Well, I don't disagree. It caught field with a golden opportunity in the first 10 seconds of the period. Can't find the back of the net, but you wonder if that's the spark that the Canadians are looking for to get that top line moving.
Face off to the glove side on Dobish. It's a win for Montreal. Sabres with their top line of Thompson, Tuck, and Krebs. Thompson does not have a shot yet tonight for Buffalo.
That's really surprising.
When he does shoot it, no one shoots it harder. As Matheson has it behind the Montreal net. Starts ahead with a pass to center. Texier directs it in. Bowen Byram scoops it up. And he'll toss it to center for Thompson. Hands off to Tuck. Looks back through, but that pass goes all the way off the boards to center.
When Tuck was looking for a redirect.
And the Sabres have iced the puck. So we'll go right back to Buffalo territory for the faceoff.
Well, you can even see in the face of Alex Tuck and Tage Thompson, they look like a frustrated group tonight. That was a big line in the first round with a combined 20 points. But as you mentioned, Victor, no shots for Tage Thompson. Tuck has got a shot registered on net, but nothing much has been happening from the top end group.
Habs win the faceoff, but all the way back to their own zone here. Tage Thompson had 7 points in 6 games in the first round versus Boston. Tuck had 4 goals. As the Canadians roll it into the Sabre zone, it's picked off by Dahlin. McLeod trying to drive it in deep. Taken away by Noah Dobson. Over to Lane Hudson. Chipped in from center by Slavkovsky. Picked up by Dahlin for Buffalo. Out to center. Hudson skips it back in over the line. And Samuelson tried to feed it up the far wing, but it takes a deflection out of play. Between the benches right at Darren Pang, who is working the show for the United States side tonight, and somehow, some way, that puck got by him.
Well, he's trying to throw the blocker side up as he's having a discussion with Zucker and McLeod as they head off.
Former Memorial Cup champion with the Ottawa 67s, Darren Pang.
I think he's got a former 67 on the ice. I think Jack Quinn was a 67 as well.
100% he was, JP. Now back in the 80s, though, with Darren Pang, he had Bruce Cassidy on that 67s team as well. And Bruce Cassidy was one of the most prolific offensive defensemen in the OHL at that time. As here come the Sabres into the Montreal zone. Battle off the near side boards. Greenway goes after it behind the net. He's back out there with the fourth line of Kozak and Malenstein. They've had a good night for Buffalo. Back into the Sabre zone it goes. Connor Timmins bothered by Alex Newhook. Puck rolls in behind the Sabre net. Logan Stanley gets it over to the far side. And worked all the way up and out to center. So 11:39 to go in the third. And Buffalo on their heels in this period. As the Canadians reload behind their own net. Matheson. Dishes off. And up to center goes for Zach Bolduc. He'll tip it in. Benson first to it. Right over to Byram. Up the wing, stolen away by Montreal. They roll it down low. Here's Kirby Dach.
Dach doing a good job down low.
Taken away by Buffalo. Played to center. And Alexandre Carrier off the far side comes in offside. Dach too far ahead of the play.
Yeah, both Dach and Veleno jumped the gun. Carrier's trying to get that puck in across the blue line in time, but just not able to time it up properly.
So the face-off will come back out at center.
Well, we saw in that first round series that the Sabres can really run up the offense if you let them get rolling. They had rattled off 9 straight against the Bruins between games 3 and 4.
Sabres played in from center. Canadians on it. Suzuki's line is on the ice. Here they go to center ice now with Noah Dobson. Tried to pass it off far side. Broken up, and Lane Hudson's forced into his own end again. Now Slavkovsky gave it away at center to Peyton Krebs. Buffalo to the neutral zone. As they come down the left side, it's played in on Dobish. Settled down by Lane Hudson. Hudson to center. Rips it in. Puck rides around the boards for Zucker, and he'll play it to center ice. Swatted down for Cole Caulfield. Taken away by Buffalo in the attacking zone. Here's a shot off the near side. It's another post for Quinn, as he has had 3 great chances tonight for Buffalo, but he hasn't sealed the deal on any of them. Sabres back into their own end. Here's Logan Stanley.
Timmins and Anderson getting into it in the corner.
Gooley takes it at center. Hands off left side, played in by Josh Anderson. Around it goes, far wing. Buffalo zone. Habs have it under control. Deneau hands off to Anderson. He was stick check, never got the shot away. And Zucker will play it in to Hab territory. Gooley has it behind his own net. Canadians play it out through center. In behind the Buffalo net. Worked out to center ice. Here goes Tyson Kozak down the wing. Centers it right past Jordy Greenway. No shot for Buffalo. And the Canadians come to center.
Wow, nice burst of speed for Kozak.
Here comes Carrier far wing. Kozak takes that away. And Greenway forces it out to center, and he'll chip it in rest of the way. And with 8:30 to go, we might see a lot more of that fourth line, JP, the way they're playing for Buffalo.
Well, you'll see everybody playing in a fourth line manner. You can see it right now. Canadians coming up the ice with control, and everybody just kind of bunkering in behind the puck.
Buffalo out to center on a breakout here with Benson. This line's been good for them too. Benson works it in deep. He'll toss it round the boards, far side. Nudge to the line. Long shot incoming. It's blocked. Dobson settles it down. And under pressure here, he'll just dish it off. And the Canadians start ahead to center ice. Kirby Dach throws it in. Logan Stanley plays it all the way around the boards. And out to center ice it comes.
I don't think Logan Stanley appreciated that hit with Bolduc.
Now Lane Hudson from behind his own net. Over to Caden Gooley. Up for Cole Caulfield. He'll toss it in. Behind the Buffalo net. Caulfield around for Caden Gooley. Up top. Perrier. Right side, Suzuki. Down to Caulfield in the corner. He's erased by Tage Thompson.
You've got to give Buffalo credit, doing a great job keeping Montreal on the outside.
Near side now, Slavkovsky. To the line for Gooley. Back to Slavkovsky, left wing. Tries a wrister. That deflects off a skating wide. As the Sabres clear it back through center ice. Still leading this game 4-2 with 6:42 to go in the third period.
The name of the game for the Sabres is just to frustrate the Canadians now. Comfortable 2-goal lead.
Habs through center. Deneau works it in. Zucker can't clear it. Back down low, near corner, Deneau with Texier. Texier works it all the way back to the blue line. Skating away from Bo Byram. Hands it off. Here's Jackeye with a shot attempt. That directs off a body and out over the glass. Time's starting to run out on Montreal. 6:14 to go in game one. They trail 4-2 on Habs hockey on TSN 690.
Guys, that Montreal style is that hard and fast way of trying to keep them on the outside. Just keep everything buttoned down now.
Sabres drive it into Hab territory. Here's Kozak far side. Moved in behind the net. Greenway centers, and Buffalo can't find a way to put that home. But again, the fourth line almost has a second goal of the night for Buffalo. But it will stay 4-2. As the Sabres control behind their own net. Around it goes Hudson, long shot. That's stopped by Lyon. Greenway's already got one for Buffalo. And he'll push it ahead. Bit of a chop there, but didn't quite get enough of Newhook as it goes to the far side for Jake Evans.
Puck's really bouncing around.
And Newhook gives Jordan Greenway a parting shot as they'll both head off the change. Greenway has been a factor tonight for Buffalo. Here goes Gooley through center. Down the left side. Tried to center it. Taken away by Buffalo. Here goes Josh Doan to center. He'll slide it in to the Montreal zone. Puck comes back up to the line where it's corralled by Nick Suzuki. Habs through center. Carrier, far wing. Around to the near side. Suzuki tried to pitchfork it through to the net. Ends up in behind it as Powers got it. And he will fly this out through center with 4.5 to play, and the Sabres leading 4-2.
Canadians been one and done on too many occasions here in the third period. Getting a look, but not able to sustain any pressure.
Sabres get the turnover at center. Here's Thompson, moves in. Rister didn't get through. That was smothered. And the Canadians come back to center. Driven deep into Sabre territory. Logan Stanley off the boards and out. And Mike Matheson goes in behind the Canadiens' net. Deflected in from center. Lyon out to play it. Near side corner. Deneau to the point for Mike Matheson. Tries a wrister, and that one just missed. Now chipped over to the far wing. Matheson hustles over. Tuck able to get it out to the center ice area. As Doc fires it right back in. Samuelson on it for Buffalo. Filtered out to center. McLeod racing after it. And Lane Hudson's able to keep it away from him.
They start taking a look to the goalkeeper soon. Marty St. Louis evaluates who he's got out in the ice as the time starts to tick away.
Here's Demidov darting in left side to the line. Dobson. Wrister stopped loose in front for Jake Evans, and a big block by Rasmus Dahlin. That hurt him though. Another shot for the line is stopped by Lyon. Dahlin back to his feet, but still laboring. Far side corner. Samuelson can't get it out. Dobson with a drive. That's stopped by Lyon, and he's going to cover up as Dahlin needs to get off here for Buffalo.
This puck just squirts out to Jake Evans on the back post, and he just tries to settle it down, but it allows Lyon to get into position and make what could be a game-saving save.
2:47 left in the third. Still 4-2 Sabres. Back in a moment here on Habs Hockey on TSN 690. During the break, but he's since come back for Buffalo as he took that shot from Evans right off the inside of the knee.
Now Jake Evans just trying to settle the puck down, and as he lets it rip, the captain comes in and leads with his knee, takes it off the inside, takes your breath away. Not surprised in the least that he heads down the tunnel as he's just trying to walk that off, getting a little bit of feeling back into it, into his knee. No question that he will be back on the bench. No chance that's going to keep him out here in the last couple of minutes of this game.
So we will see the Habs had just pulled the goaltender prior to that last chance before the break. They never really had enough time there to get established 6-on-5. So we're waiting to see here. Yeah, there it is. Dobish is on the bench. We're seeing it now. He's talking with Fowler, so the Canadians will go 6-on-5. With a 2-goal deficit at 2 minutes and 47 seconds to find a way to erase it. Sabres win the D-zone face-off. And rattle it out off the glass, down the ice, and no icing call here.
What a play by Benson to keep the puck alive.
Suzuki picks it up for Montreal. Drops it off to Hudson. Through center. Fires it in. Habs get to it with Demidov far side. Up high for Slavkovsky. Tries the shot. Good glove save by Alex Lyon.
Yeah, you like the look with Slavkovsky as he runs out of space, but just reroutes the shot as he pulls it across his body, uses Doan as the screen, but it's coming from too far away. Not enough pace on that shot to be really threatening as Lyon gets the glove up, makes the save.
So we'll try it again. Blocker shot on line. Now 2:19 to play. Deneau is in for the face-off, and he wins it for Montreal. Back to Dobson. Spun down low for Caulfield. Centering try goes over to Lane Hudson, far wing. Up high, Dobson. Near side, Suzuki with a one-time shot. That took a redirected front. And now back in front to the blue paint for Slavkovsky. Sharp angle shot turned away by Lyon.
Lyon right on his goal line as he keeps that puck out.
Habs battle for it near side. At the line, and Dobson can't hold it in. He'll go all the way back for it. And the Canadians slowly make their way through center. Dobson flips it in. Played over to the far side. Lane Hudson. And offside. He brought the puck back over the blue line as he tried to pass it over to Demidov. And this just hasn't been a night where a lot of things have gone right for Lane Hudson.
No,
JP.
that's it. As he pulls his puck off of the sidewall, and he's trying to keep as much space as he can between he and the Sabres defender. And as he brings his puck onto his forehand, it does in fact just squeak over the goal line, over the blue line, excuse me. That's the correct call for the offside. I think we're going to see a timeout here, likely by Montreal.
Yes, we will, JP. Habs with a shot advantage right now, 28-16 in the game, 11-1 in this third period alone. But it hasn't mattered. The damage has been done already through 40 with the Sabres up 4-2. And the Canadians trying to find a way with 91 seconds to go in the game here to erase a 2-goal deficit.
Well, we saw Uri Slavkovsky in the first period get a puck over to Nick Suzuki on the power play. And it was another play in tight on Lions in the last few seconds. The puck came off the back wall. It was from Caulfield onto the short side, and it was Slavkovsky who was there, read the play perfectly, got the puck, but was too tight in on Lions to elevate the puck, and Lions make the save.
So the face-off in the neutral zone here, it'll be Josh Norris versus Nick Suzuki, and the Habs have had the upper hand on draws tonight. Suzuki is 9 for 17. He wins this one. But the Sabres break it up at the blue line. Back the other way goes Benson. Lost the handle before he could get a shot away at the empty net. And Demidov at center drops it off for Slavkovsky. And over the Buffalo line. Throws it round the boards. Near side, Suzuki knocked into by Doan. Down low, Slavkovsky to Nick Suzuki. To the line for Lane Hudson. Near side, Suzuki up top. Dobson with a try, and he flies that one wide of the net. Caulfield near side, off to Suzuki. Tried to set that up in front, but that won't go past Lyon. Is back to the far side. It's Demidov. Over to Lane Hudson. Now Demidov along the goal line for Hudson. At the line, Dobson throws it through. That's another miss from the line. 30 seconds to play. Far corner, Hudson battles for it. Sabres bank it off the boards and finally get it out, but this is off of a player on the Sabre bench, so the faceoff should stay inside.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly what it's going to be. And can you believe the sequence with Nick Suzuki and the patience that he shows? He gets this puck. He's just waiting for Demidov to find his way to the back post. Demidov gets down there, and Suzuki is able to slide this puck through. Demidov gets on the back of it, but just fires it right back across the crease. Beautiful pass, but no finish from Demidov to try to make this a one-goal game. Canadians 16.5 seconds left to go, down 2.
Ozone face-off for the Habs, and they win it back for Mike Matheson. Fresh unit out there right now for the Habs, 6-on-5. Bowen Byram takes it away, and that's going to do it for this one. Into the corner. No scoring in the third period, but the Buffalo Sabres able to maintain a 2-goal lead and take game 1 in round number 2 by a 4-2 final.
That's a
Of the Western Conference second round matchup between the Vegas Golden Knights and the Anaheim Ducks. Vegas leads the series 1-0. Anaheim Ducks hockey on the Ducks Radio Network is brought to you by Mercury Insurance. Ducks versus Golden Knights is brought to you by Mercury Insurance. Smart insurance for smart people. The referees for tonight's game, as assigned by the National Hockey League, are Kelly Sutherland and T.J. Luxmore. The linesmen are James Tobias and Devin Berg. The Ducks in their road whites, with orange numbers, orange pants, moving left to right across your radio dial against the Golden Knights in their home gold jerseys with the battleship gray numbers and pants and helmets. And once again, as I mentioned earlier, Emerson, you're the road team. You don't have home ice advantage. You come in, you get 2 chances to steal home ice advantage. We saw the Ducks do it in the first round against Edmonton. Another golden opportunity here tonight.
Oh, this is a huge opportunity. It's got to go the same way, right? You can't let these games slip away, right? It's just too good of a Vegas Golden Knights team.
Leo Carlsson steps in to take the draw against Nick Dowd. And here we go. Game 2 is underway at T-Mobile Arena. Ducks working right into the zone. Here's a chance for Troy Terry, and out comes Carter Hart to turn him away. Wow, that was a big mix-up at the blue line by the Golden Knights defense. And Anaheim came in 2-on-1. Kreider setting up Terry. Play back into the Anaheim zone as Mintyukov tries to knock it down in the corner, and Sissen's centering pass goes awry off the stick of Colton Smith. Ducks work it to center. Leo Carlsson brushes it ahead, but it's off the mark. He was trying to find Terry, and as it comes back to the stripe, John Carlson swats it away. Carried right back in by Dowd, who fires it on net, got his own rebound, and chopped it right through the goal crease. Dowd chases it down, works it to the point, and a shot from the right side misses. Comes up the left boards for Noah Hanifin. The Vegas defenseman keeps it in. Leo Carlsson gave a little shove there to Barbashev, freeing up the puck, and Anaheim able to move it ahead. They get their first line change of the hockey game.
Yeah, quick start by the Anaheim Ducks. Great patience by Chris Kreider, feeding it near side of Troy Terry with a great opportunity. I anticipate this game being just like this, back and forth.
Trouba from the line with a blast that's gloved off by Hart, who will hang on. 33 saves for Carter Hart in the Game 1 win for the Golden Knights. Hart joined the team in December after his suspension from the league had expired. He then experienced a lower body injury and ended up not playing that many games. 11-3-3 in the regular season, but when you add the playoff numbers, Emerson 16-5-3 in his time here in Sin City.
It doesn't get much better than that, Johnny. And, well, we got a taste of what this game's going to bring, right? Anaheim's going to try to pop one, and then, boom, you got to be ready for the Golden Knights.
Trouba gets one through off the faceoff blocker to side by Hart, who looks sharp early, and Hanifin leads it the other way for the Knights. Turned away at the blue line. Lacombe moves it up quickly. Killorn protects the puck and now lobs it right in, and the infield fly rule in effect for Hart as he makes the catch and sets it down. Ducks get a change behind the play, and the Washi line comes out. Wide on right wing, Marner separated from the puck as he enters the Anaheim zone, and back comes Seneca. A little back pass does not connect with Tyson Hines, and he's caught deep in the zone as he lost an edge. Ducks regroup at center, allowing him to recover, but they can't get it into the Vegas zone, and now a restart for Hellison all the way back in his own end with the recovered Hines.
Well, let's see if the Ducks can keep possession of the puck on some of their line changes. On that last sequence, you had far side Alex Killorn. He flipped the puck into the offensive zone. That's fine, right? But, hey, can you get your head up, look over your shoulder, maybe cut back, give it D to D, buy some time to get fresh bodies and maintain possession of the puck? I think they can, and hopefully they can do that.
Anaheim whistled for icing, and the faceoff comes back in the ring to the left of Lucas Dostal. 19 saves for him in Game 1. Faceoff win for the Golden Knights, and the shot gets through from Theodore in and out of the glove of Dostal, but Anaheim cleans it up, and back they come. Trying to change behind the play, as it's Seneca who hangs on to it, trying to wind it into the Vegas zone and allow the change to happen. Instead, the Golden Knights clear the hard way, and they're whistled for icing for the first time. Just over 2 minutes gone in Game 2 in Vegas. Each team's been credited unofficially with a couple of shots on goal, and now Ross Johnston comes over the boards, his first shift, along with Jansen Harkins, and now Ryan Paling in between the two of them here. So Joel Quenneville continues to play some reindeer games. Some shenanigans going on here.
Oh, even we're trying to anticipate what he's going to bring, but it's hard for me, Johnny.
No changes for the Vegas Golden Knights in their lineup or their line combinations thus far from game one. Paling leans in to take the draw in the circle to the right of Carter Hart. Puck to the boards, and Ross Johnston gets it deep. Rimmed around the boards. McNabb gets to it first for the Golden Knights and deflects it out center ice. Late speed from Jack Eichel. He's turned back and has to circle off the right boards as he enters the Anaheim zone. Then had his shot blocked. Ducks able to paddle it out of the zone, and Harkins gets to it. And as he got it across the blue line, he was preceded by Ross Johnson. The puck hit him offside is the call.
Yeah, great attempt at the patience from Ross Johnson exiting the far side dot line area neutral zone. And look, he tried to outweight the pressure player for the Golden Knights by reaching out with his stick and try to send it to the far side skater. Unfortunately, it was interrupted, but that's some heads up thinking right there.
Neutral zone face-off control by the Ducks as Leo Carlson's line comes out. Mintyakoff drives it hard around the boards and in, and Kreider on the right side digs it, plays it across the zone, but it's Keegan Colasar for the Knights who is able to play it out. That was airborne and gloved down by Mintyakoff. Next touch by the Ducks. That's a hand pass. That's illegal. You can look it up. It's in the rule book. So they'll face it off in the neutral zone.
Well, I think what the Ducks early on, and both teams have great jump. It's almost like it's evenly matched speed-wise so far, but shoring up the offside, shoring up some of the passes on their offensive zone entry would help.
Face off right at the center ice dot. William Karlsson to oppose Leo Carlsson. We got 3 Carlsons in this series and 2 Smiths. The play-by-play lobby needs to work harder on that. Puck chipped into the Anaheim zone, and Colasar gets to it first. Rims it around, and Hurdle pops it into the middle. Carlsson from behind the net now tried to center it. Comes all the way out to Rasmus Andersson. The defenseman throws it in front. Batted about, and Colasar had a hack at it. We got a whistle and a penalty coming up, I believe, or was the puck played by a high stick? I think we got a high-sticking penalty. It's going to go against Vegas as they're checking John Carlsson for forensic evidence.
Yeah, we'll see if there's drawn blood and a double minor.
Vegas penalty number 48. 2-minute minor. High sticking.
So you just heard it.
So Hurdle goes for the high stick, and you and I talked about this in game one. Vegas was the second least penalized team in the regular season, but they gave the Ducks 4 power plays in game one, and they were all automatic calls. High sticks, delay of games. Too many men on the ice, if you will.
Well, one thing, can they shore up some of these lost draws on these offensive zone faceoff starts? We talked lots about that.
Anaheim 0 for 4 in game one. Vegas has killed 14 consecutive opponents' power plays, and they win this faceoff as Granlund gets it back to John Carlsson. Leo Carlsson quickly goes rink wide, and it's back to John Carlsson, middle of the ice. The veteran takes a look, right circle, it's Granlund, dusts it off. One-timer from John Carlsson sails over top of the net. Puck recovery from Kreider and around the perimeter, quickly back to the line for John Carlsson. Leo off the left wing boards. Gives it to Kreider and gets it right back. They work it around the perimeter now. It's Granlund, rim of the right wing circle. Takes a look, cross ice pass. Leo Carlsson in front. Troy Terry redirects it on net, and Hart kept it out. To the corner, recovered again by Anaheim. John Carlsson walks it to the middle, right side. It's Granlund. His pass goes through Kreider and off the end boards back to Leo Carlsson. Ducks have possessed in the offensive zone the entire power play so far. Granlund right circle, takes a look, tries to get it through, and his penetration pass bounces away from Leo Carlsson. Boy, the Golden Knights really pack it in on the penalty kill. They try to take away the middle of the ice. Now Leo Carlsson drives in off the left side, and his shot got the glass. Maybe cutting it a little thin. John Carlsson with the keep at the line. Again, Leo with the shot, trying to get a tip from Kreider, and it's knocked down by Theodore, who will ice the puck.
Yeah, you're so right on that point there, Johnny, just in terms of the very conservative penalty kill we're seeing here for the Vegas Golden Knights. But how about the spectacular passing, the quick passing so far for this Duck PP?
Clean entry, and Lacombe with a long wrist shot. No traffic in front of Carter Hart, and he's able to glove that off. So a couple of things the Ducks wanted to address coming into this game on the power play, face-offs and entries, and so far so good on this first man advantage.
Not only that, but how about the quick passes, right? You can't have
moving it.
You can't fail to move the puck quick and have the lack of movement overall as far as positioning and bodies are concerned. So maybe not the most movement as far as overall bodies, but boy, are these quick passes.
Troy Terry had the best look, but he was a little handcuffed. Wasn't clean on his forehand in that bumper position. And Carter Hart didn't have to make too difficult of a save. Now Poehling thrown from the circle. And Cutter Gauthier steps in, beaten on the draw by Brett Houghton. And again, that allows the Vegas penalty kill to clear the zone. And Anaheim now down to just 15 seconds on the man advantage.
And some of those lost faceoffs by the Ducks, they look the exact same as far as orchestration by the Vegas Golden Knights. If there's no reverse on the play, it is just chipping it low, and they get it out the other side.
Oh, this puck goes out of play as they were battling for it along the near boards. Beckett Seneca got it inside the blue line, and all the Ducks players are saying that's a delay of game penalty coming up on Vegas, and the officials are going to huddle here.
Well,
just 4 seconds left on the initial penalty call to Tomas Hertl, and the Ducks are going to stay on the power play.
Vegas penalty number 93. 2-minute minor, delay game, puck over glass.
So it's another automatic call, and Anaheim will stay on the JMG power play.
Well, good news there. And we like to say that we always trust the Anaheim Ducks just when reading their body language, right? But just the sheer confidence of all 5 skaters out on the power play there, they signaled right away. They were all pointing to the officials, pointing to one another, and it almost seemed like the body language right there, they almost guaranteed that that was indeed directly out.
Yeah, the backside referee was Kelly Sutherland, and he immediately brought in his linesman and TJ Luxmore, the other referee. So for 4 seconds, a 2-man advantage for Anaheim here. And that puts a lot of critical energy on this power play as Granlund will oppose Nick Dowd. Mikael Granlund had the only goal in the Game 1 loss for the Ducks here. Puck just lays on the dot, and it comes loose to the line for John Carlson. First penalty's over to Hertl. Leo Carlson from the right circle. That's off of Carter Hart and out of play, and Hart was looking over his shoulder. He wasn't sure about that one.
So between last game and now early on in this game, what is that, 3 headshots, right? Troy Terry had 2 last game, and now you have Leo Carlson near side dot lane just absolutely rip a howitzer right at the dome of Carter Hart. We all know he's a tough customer. He's going to shake it off, but boy, that was a hard shot.
So they've hit him in the mind 3 times in the series. We forgot to ask Joel Quenneville if that was part of the game plan.
Sure seems like it.
Again, Granlund to take the draw, this time in the ring to the left of Hart to the corner. Leo Carlson collects it. Now they overload the right side of the zone off the half wall. It's Granlund. Give and go with Carlson, and he got high sticked. No call coming there. And now the puck again goes out of play, and Mikael Granlund is incensed. He got high sticked right in front of the Vegas net on that give and go with Leo Carlson. And again, the officials are going to circle the wagons here as TJ Luxmore backs towards the official circle.
Wow, this could go from good to really good. Let's take a listen to the call.
There's a double minor high sticking being called against Vegas. We will review it to confirm.
So that's the automatic call from the officials. It was Jack Eichel who just pitchforked Mikael Granlund right in the face and clearly drew blood. So they call the double minor, which allows them to then go to the video and take a look. And I don't think there's much doubt about this one, Emerson. This is going to be upheld, and Anaheim is going to have a 2-man advantage here for 1:38.
Well, that was a good eye by you, John. I just thought the players were upset because how long it took for the officials to blow that down after that puck deflected into the upper netting. I thought that was the initial displeasure voiced by the...
After video, the call on the ice was confirmed. Number 9, Vegas, 4-minute double minor, high sticking.
Yeah, that's just an extremely good eye by you, Johnny. I just thought that puck was just a little delayed as far as the call going into the upper netting, but you saw it right away, and wow, it goes from...
Emerson, I said in Game 1 that the Golden Knights aren't going to give you 4 power play chances a game like they did in Game 1. Well, they've given Anaheim 3 power play chances in the first 5+ minutes of this hockey game. 14:27 to go, first period, no score. Anaheim was already on the power play. Marner for delay of game, and again, it's 3 automatic calls. They're going to have to get a new sweater for Mikael Granlund because of the blood. The blood that was drawn And Anaheim now with an offensive zone face-off and 1:38 left in the Marner delay of game penalty. And they had a chance because they reviewed the call for everybody to rest, so they keep that first power play unit out there. They're going to go with Gauthier, Terry, Leo Carlson, John Carlson, and Chris Kreider. Leo to take the draw. And a golden opportunity for the Ducks to, I guess to coin a phrase, draw first blood. No score, game 2 in Vegas. Shots are 7-2 in favor of Anaheim on the strength of back-to-back power play opportunities. And it's a face-off win for the Golden Knights. And the puck goes all the way down. Brett Howden was 9 of 11 in the face-off circle in game 1. He won that one. Now it's Terry carrying it back in on the right side for Anaheim. It's still aggressive is this penalty kill, despite the fact that they're 2 men down. McNabb went right at him. He passes it back to the line for John Carlson. He and Leo Carlson now switch spots. Terry down low from Gauthier, brings it out. Now right down the middle, he takes a look. Tried to make a pass, went off the skate of Rasmus Andersson. Ducks recover possession. Cutter Gauthier goes across the top, and again it's Terry. Now on the left side of the zone, middle of the ice, John Carlson. Right circle, Gauthier gives it right back to him. Ducks can afford to be patient here. 2-man advantage for over a minute and a half. Carlson gets it back from Terry, drifts to the left circle. Terry middle of the ice, again to Cutter Gauthier. He steered it towards the net, didn't get much on it. It went just wide on the short side. Gauthier gets it back, top of the right circle. Now Leo Carlson feeds John out high. Slap pass over, and Terry's shot is partially blocked by Rasmus Andersson. Ducks again, good puck recoveries. They get it back. Leo Carlson high in the zone. 20 seconds left in the penalty to Marner. Gives it to Gauthier. Right to the side of the net, he gets it back. He'll try the one-timer, a sprawling save, and then the rebound to McNabb, who moves it ahead, and a diving effort by Nick Dowd to clear the zone.
What an individual effort by Nick Dowd here, near side, just to the outside of the near side dot lane. And oh boy, here comes speed behind the puck, Leo Carlson.
Marner out of the box, and now a 5-on-4 power play as Leo blows a wheel as he enters the zone. Ducks recover the puck, but the cross-ice pass comes across the blue line, and Granlund has to hinge it back.
It's so interesting how the penalty kill for the Vegas Golden Knights, John, they're super conservative when they have 4 guys out there, but then they seem to retract out when it comes to, or project out, I should say, when it comes to having only 3 guys on the ice.
Half of the double minor has expired as the Golden Knights again clear the zone. And this becomes critical because Anaheim has another 1:40 left in their 4th consecutive power play. And if they don't score, this can be pretty deflating to come up with nothing on 4 straight power plays. And now they turn it over at the blue line. And trying to make something happen shorthanded is Colton Sissons. The Golden Knights have more shorthanded goals than power play goals they have given up in these playoffs, so the Ducks have to be careful. And the passing has not been crisp. Seneca's pass is blocked out of the zone, and Anaheim's down to 1:05 in power play time. Granlund brings it back in on the right side. Moves it down low, and now gets it back from Killorn. Granlund, rim of the right circle, got it back from Terry, now takes a look. Ducks are a little too static here. They're not moving around, and Granlund's pass was knocked down by Colt Smith. Big hit on Terry, frees up the puck, and back comes William Karlsson shorthanded. Almost a 2-on-1 as McNabb tried to join him, but it's intercepted by the back-checking Seneca. And Anaheim has just 35 seconds left on the power play.
Well, that looked like an elbow on Troy Terry just inside the offensive zone blue line. But you got to think, John, that there's the potential of the officials to put away their referees or their whistles as far as maybe not making some calls.
They're not going to get that call. Ducks back into the Vegas zone, and Lacombe pitchforks it up the boards, and that's broken up. And back come the Golden Knights 2-on-1. Howden's pass across, mishandled, and Dostal is able to cover it up. But the Ducks have just 4 seconds left on the double minor to Eichel. Theodore couldn't get a shot away, but the Ducks are going to come up empty after playing nearly 6.5 straight minutes on the power play.
Well, whatever happens, and it seems as if the Vegas Golden Knights are going to kill completely that last kill for them off, but only 4 seconds remaining. It's how you respond, right? It didn't maybe go your way the second half of that opportunity on the power play, but how you respond is so key, because you know the Vegas Golden Knights are going to utilize that momentum in their favor.
The Ducks do not have an official shot on goal in the two-man advantage, nor the time left since then. This has been a clinic by the Vegas penalty kill. And they're going to be 18 straight penalty kills here, as off the face-off Anaheim controls. And the penalty expires to Jack Eichel. He's out of the box. The Golden Knights are full strength. Viel takes a lead pass up the left boards, and he's sealed just inside the blue line. And here come the Knights, three abreast through center. Eichel wires it around the boards. Stahl got a little piece of it behind the net, slowing it for Lacombe. Up the boards, Viel battles it to the line and out, and a loose puck that is picked up by Granlund, who comes racing after it. He got inside on the defender. He goes down, can't get a shot away, and a penalty coming up to Anaheim. Viel came in late, and the Golden Knights will chip it deep into the Anaheim zone. This was inevitable. The Ducks will be shorthanded. An interference call when we come back that will give the Golden Knights.
Number 42, 2-minute minor, goaltender interference.
It's Tim Washy who will take a seat. You're listening to Duckstream, powered by TuneIn.
Then outsmart coverage, great service, and affordable rates keep you covered where it counts. Get a quote at mercinsurance.com today.
An unbelievable 4 power play chances for the Ducks in the first 10 minutes of the first period, yet no score at T-Mobile here in Game 2. And now Tim Washy at 10:06 off for goaltender interference, and the Golden Knights with their first power play chance of the night. They were 0 for 2 on Monday here in Game 1. In the postseason, 4 for 22. Vegas on the power play, just over 18%. Face-off win for Ryan Poehling in the Anaheim zone, and behind the net, Trouba gets to it, wires it around. Marner kept it at the point for a moment, but it ricocheted right to Killorn, and he clears it.
Yeah, that was a situation where, again, Alex Killorn that time did look over his shoulder. He did have Pavel Mintyukov to slap the puck back to en route to a potential D-to-D, and then clear Kill-off some time. Oh, what a great interception by Killer.
Yeah, good stick as Eichel tried to pitch it off to the wing as he got to the blue line. Ducks continue to hold the line very well on the penalty kill in this postseason. Eichel back in his own zone will start again. 35 seconds gone in the power play. Little drop pass as he enters the zone, and Theodore gives it to Dorofeev. They overload the left side of the zone to the corner. It's Jack Eichel. Eichel dusts it off, takes a look, down low. Stone goes across the crease and does not connect with Dorofeev. Loose puck brushed away by Jansen Harkins.
And the Ducks got to be wary of those seam opportunities. I mean, the Vegas Golden Knights tried to execute on those backdoor plays several times last game, not only 5-on-5, but on the power play as well. And Killer gets another clear.
Yeah, Barbashev again trying to kick it out as he got to the blue line, but Killorn was there to intercept and hoist it on the backhand. Now 45 seconds left in the penalty to Washi. Speed from William Karlsson, who carries up the left side along with Houghton into the Anaheim zone. Puck battle in the corner. Put right back into the corner by Anaheim. And now nice play by Tyson Hines. He finds the open Killorn, who moves it. And here comes Paling short-handed. He's draped by 3 defenders as the Ducks change behind the play on his own. Frees it up, finds Granlund off the bench, and he just misses coming in off the left side.
Well, you said it there, John. What a great exit pass from Tyson Hines, near side defensive zone corner, setting that whole play up, in a beautiful dish on the delay from Ryan Paling.
Penalty down to 5 seconds now as Anaheim possesses back in their own zone, and they're going to kill off the Vegas man advantage. Washi out of the box, the Ducks full strength. Mintyukov sends it ahead, and out of the net to play it is Carter Hart, so no icing. Long stretch pass up the left side, and it's nicked out for Vegas into the Anaheim zone. Bumped along the boards by Drew Hellison. Now it's a puck battle in the left corner. Hellison just pinned to the wall there, trying to keep it alive and find some options as Cole Smith leans on him. It pops in the air. And to the front of the net, Hines takes it behind the net for Anaheim. His clear does not get past Shea Theodore. Hines again pokes it back to the corner. Now he retreats behind the net and uses the wall as he gets away from a big hit from Sissons. Hellison moves it ahead, a little bump pass, and Terry finds Leo Carlsson. Across the line, Carlsson with a little drop pass to Ross Johnston. Johnston below the goal line, waits for the defense, brushes it away. Left side, Mintyukov to the hash mark, keeps it alive as he got rocked. Leo Carlsson covers the point, gives it to John Carlson, whose shot whistles wide off the end boards. Mintyukov wraps it back around the wall. Here's a turnover, middle of the ice. Leo Carlsson on his own, can't stick handle through 2 defenders, and the Golden Knights will carry back to center.
Yeah, nice, confident dipsy-doodle attempt from Leo there, but good on Pavel Mintyukov, as it was a headshot, and certainly finished high was the Vegas player, and good on him for getting back in the play and creating high percentage plays thereafter.
Ducks bring it back in offside and will step aside. 6:35 to go in the opening period of Game 2. No score between the Golden Knights and Anaheim Ducks. You're listening to Duckstream, powered by TuneIn.
RAV4 or the powerful Tundra. At Finley Toyota, we make financing easy and stress-free, no matter your credit situation. Finley Toyota, driven to excellence. At the Valley Auto Mall in Henderson or online at finleytoyota.com.
On a second effort, he chops it in, and as William Karlsson bats it off the boards, it ends up in the Vegas bench.
Hey, Ducks fans, plan your visit to Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel, the only casino resort to be awarded the coveted AAA 5 Diamond Aware for both 2024 and 2025. You in?
18,000 plus at T-Mobile Arena, including over 100 employees of the Anaheim Ducks who made a bus trip up here this afternoon to be here. We're hoping they bring the luck, the Game 2 luck. We heard Alexis Downey say that in their team history, the Ducks on the road in Games 2 are 8-3 all-time. 18-12 all-time in Game 2s, and they could get this one here tonight again. They could steal home ice advantage. Off the face-off, Granlund takes it to the left boards. Bad angle shot comes around the wall, kept at the right point by John Carlson. Back to Granlund, who has it poked off his stick, and he'll have to retreat through the neutral zone. He lobs this one all the way from the far blue line right on net, forcing Hart to keep it in play for Rasmus Andersson. Rasmus Andersson was a +3 in the win for Vegas in Game 1. His outlet pass came back into the zone, played by the Ducks. That's offside.
Well, it's hugely important that the Anaheim Ducks get right back to it as far as trying to get some sustained offensive zone pressure time by any means necessary, whether that's low to high passes, getting pucks through, trying to, as you mentioned earlier, with some great puck recoveries there on some of those power play attempts, but they just need to, at this point in time, throw more at the Golden Knights.
Leo Carlson to take the draw. He was over 50% in the face-off circle in Game 1, and he'll control this one. Jackson Lacombe sends it slowly in behind the Vegas net, and Braden McNabb chops it up the left side and away to center. Here comes Howden. Howden with goals in 4 straight games, ties a Vegas playoff record, dumps it in behind the net, comes around to Shea Theodore, who came all the way to the right corner. Lacombe takes a hit as they battle for it around the boards, and now it's sent to the near side. McNabb to the top of the circle to keep it in. Howden again pinned to the boards there as Trouba has him. And the puck behind the net finally squirts back to the near corner. Leo Carlson on it, makes a little cutback move, finds some open ice, and then Kreider plays it back as the Golden Knights go for a change. Ducks will do the same, and Trouba patient back in his own zone. Just over 5 minutes to go in the opening period, no score. Outlet pass to Jansen Harkins up the right side. He ladles it in, and out comes Hart to tap it away. Harkins throws it right back on net, and retreating into his goal crease, Carter Hart had to be alert, but he made that save, and he will hold on. 5:03 left in the first, no score in Game 2. You're listening to Duckstream, powered by TuneIn.
Here in Vegas in the first period, and as John mentioned not too long ago, over 100 Ducks employees hitting the road today, including myself on the staff. Buses out here, 3 different buses, and we took a trip to the Welcome to Vegas sign with Wild Wing, got to get some dinner, and now all of the Ducks staff are here cheering on the Anaheim Ducks, guys. Great to see that show of support from the staff. Not only that, but also great for the organization to be able to do something so special. And I know that Vegas will be doing the same thing with their staff on Friday night's game.
Emerson, it lets the staff know what it's like to be in the minors.
100%. Yeah.
Ride the bus. Ride the bus, Alexis.
Or the jungle, as it's often referred to, right? The AHL, right? All those long bus trips.
The East Coast League,
100%.
the Western League, the Ontario League, the Quebec League. We could go on and on there. 5:03 to go. Opening period of Game 2. The Ducks and Golden Knights are scoreless, and off the faceoff in the Vegas zone. The Knights able to lob it to center. Kolasar had it in his glove, couldn't control it. Mintyukov sends it back, and now a restart for the division champs. Noah Hannifin's pass deflected at center and ends up in behind the Anaheim net. Dostal, one of his rare touches in this opening period, rides it up the glass. It comes to center for Granlund. Granlund has Killorn with him across the line. His backhander, rebound, loose right there. And what a chance for Cutter Gauthier, but Hart with a couple more stops.
And Cutter was trying to slide that puck 5-hole, but wow, Hart was just right there, and he continues to be money.
Shots are now 12-3 unofficially in favor of the Ducks. No score. Seneca in the middle of the ice cuts back but loses the puck at the blue line. And here comes Braden McNabb to just feather it up the right boards into the Anaheim zone. Hellison trying to quick up, but he misses Seneca, and that one will go 200 feet for an icing infraction. Anaheim Ducks hockey on the Ducks Radio Network is brought to you by Yamava Resort and Casino. Play at Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel. You in?
Well, here's the scary part, Johnny, in a sense that similar things transpired in last game, right? The Anaheim Ducks outplaying the Vegas Golden Knights, but we all know how that game ended up, right?
Yeah, you got a little sense of deja vu?
I have firm belief that the Anaheim Ducks are going to come out of this game with a better result, but they got to keep that in the back of their mind.
Face off to the left of Dostal off the icing infraction, and now in behind the net. Hellison dips his shoulder, can't come up with the puck. It's fired in front, and a good job by Dostal to defend his crease. He had the paddle of the stick laid down, and he's able to glove it.
And after the conclusion of this first frame, don't you go anywhere, as we are set to speak with Tyson Hines. So look forward to that. I mean, how about some of his defensive zone passes and exits, right? Exiting, and his sheer work ethic, just stick on puck, sealing off and going out the other way. He's so calm in a lot of those situations. It's been fun to watch.
This is the interesting thing to me, and you can relate. He's played 6 regular season games in his NHL career. Tonight is his 8th playoff game. As Ben Hutton winds up off the face-off, and that is grabbed off by Dostal.
And piggybacking off your point there, it seems like he's played 500-plus games in the National Hockey League. I mean, that is how intense he is without the puck. And when he does get the puck, it just seems like he makes the highest percentage play. So kudos to him.
They'll move the draw to the right of Dostal here. And the Eichel line out for John Tortorella. Ducks counter with the Granlund line. Now Gauthier out there with Mikael Granlund. We've seen a lot of line shifting already in this first period from Joel Quenneville tonight. We saw some made-up lines in the warm-up, and here's Granlund with a face-off win, and as soon as he does win it, they're going to blow the play down and do it again.
What do you think, Johnny? Do you think that there's going to be some discrepancies like that as far as who is in, right down to the very wire in these upcoming games?
Well, as long as the Ducks are having trouble scoring goals, because that's the one thing that they haven't had trouble doing all season long. Credit the Golden Knights and credit Carter Hart. Hanifin off the face-off from the left point has his shot go wide. And Barbashev goes rink wide, trying to one-time it was Eichel, and a good shot block by Jacob Trouba. Trouba collides with Barbashev along the near boards. It's dug out by Eichel. His centering pass was taken away by Granlund. It rides the boards to the far corner and trying to get inside Lacombe. It pops to the top of the circles, and Gauthier just chops it to the left wing, and Killorn gets it deep and then collides with anybody he can in a gold jersey.
Boy, when do we see Jacob Trouba on the receiving end of a counter hit like that? Barbashev with some intensity, and boy, did we just see a cross-check by Howden?
Howden ran over Mintyukov behind the net as the Golden Knights get it back deep in the Anaheim zone. John Carlson reversing it away from forechecking pressure, and Mintyukov gives it right back to him. Down to 3 minutes to go in the opening period as Carlson starts from behind his own net. Now with Mintyukov up the left side. His pass deflected by Kreider, trickles in to the right of Carter Hart. He's out to paddle it away, and it's driven around the boards. Howden gets it out. Ducks recover, and it bounces through the neutral zone. And now it's Mintyukov all the way back in his own, and he's got a rolling puck. He loses it to Mark Stone. He tries to center it back, but Palin got a stick on it. And Jeffrey Viel careful to skate it back to center ice. Hurdle. That looked offside, and it is, as he brings it in with Marner a step ahead of him.
Hey, Ducks fans. All season long, Chick-fil-A and the Anaheim Ducks want to give away free chicken sandwiches when your Ducks score 5 goals at Honda Center. Simply download the Chick-fil-A app and open the reward section before 11:59 p.m. Pacific time. Must have location service turned on and be inside Honda Center to receive the reward. Visit www.anaheimducks.com for details.
2.5 to go in a scoreless first period. Vegas and Anaheim, the series 1-0 in favor of the Golden Knights. First ever playoff meeting between these two clubs. For Anaheim, it leaves just one Western Conference team that they have not matched up against in the Stanley Cup playoffs in their franchise history. You know who that is?
Surprise me.
The St. Louis Blues.
Oh, good stuff.
Puck around the boards into the Anaheim zone. Hurdle backhands it high in the air. Glove down by Hellison, and he motors up the right boards. Gets center red and rides it around the yellow into the Vegas zone. Kept at the line. And it's Hines whose shot does not get through. It ricochets into the middle of the ice. William Karlsson plays it away. Hurdle across the line. Defended, just throws it across. That's off a stick, and that's a souvenir in the section just below us here at T-Mobile Arena. And behind the plate, Keegan Colasar and Washi exchange how-do-you-dos. In comes Hellison, and everybody meets because it's in the neutral zone. And this is where both teams have said we have to be careful, because we've talked about all the penalties against Vegas. They've all been automatic calls, but you don't want to be the one team that gets whistled in these scrums.
Well, that's a great point. And furthermore, with all the luck going the Anaheim Ducks' way in this game, they've been on the receiving end of a ton of power plays so far, so they got to be extra careful when it comes to
that's a great point.
Some of those post-whistle shenanigans.
Now, so far in this series, automatic calls or not, the Ducks have had 8 power plays to 3 for Vegas. And you know John Tortorella, his coaching staff, and all the players on that Vegas bench are letting the officials know it every chance they get. Faceoff comes back to the left of Lucas Dostal. Dostal, including the playoffs, now 21-11-2 in his last 34 decisions. So Carter Hart doesn't have the market cornered on winning down the stretch. Paling beaten on the draw, and the puck to the line. Anderson slides it over for Hanifin. His shot blocked. Another shot block from Jacob Trouba, who clears the zone. Anderson back to get it, and goes indirect up the right boards into the Anaheim zone. Sissons trying to get around Lacombe. In comes Smith along with Dowd to dig it loose for the Golden Knights. Back to the point, Rasmus Anderson takes a look. Forced wide to the corner, and Paling pokes it off his stick. Nice play. Sends it ahead for Ross Johnston. To center red, he'll feather it to the left corner, allowing Harkins to hinge over and get to it. Paling came in, couldn't collect the puck, and now it's a battle along the boards right in front of the Vegas bench. And the Ducks come up with it. Paling makes his way to the corner, rims it around. John Carlson waits, top of the right circle. Swings it back around the kick plate. Anaheim changing as they work in the offensive zone late in the period. Mintyukov out top over to John Carlson. His pass deflects to Mintyukov, and his shot is deflected wide. Ducks recover possession. Again to the line for John Carlson. A wrist shot. Looking for a tip. Oh, and a fat rebound as Killorn knocked it down, but the Ducks can't convert. To the line again, John Carlson with a bullet. And that went wide around the boards. Mintyukov with the keep. Back to Carlson, right point. His shot got through, and boy, Hart was out of position, but he fought it off. It sounded like it might have hit him in the mask. Again to the line, Cutter Gauthier's shot got a tip that ends up in the left corner. And the Golden Knights are just going to clear the hard way. This one off the glass and into the bench area.
Well, kudos to the Anaheim Ducks for pushing the Vegas Golden Knights completely back, and it was just a perfect combination of getting shots through, puck recovery. When they were pushed back, finding those passing lanes, there has been seldomly where I've seen stretches of that much shot volume and the block shots by the opposition. And my, oh my, was that the stick of Rasmus Anderson that foiled the backdoor opportunity for Mikhail Granlund?
No, that puck was rolling. He just flubbed it.
Wow.
Ducks win the draw, and this shot off the left boards is grabbed off as Lacombe moved up the wall. Able to see that one all the way was Carter Hart. Shots are 15-4 in favor of the Ducks. Say what you will about those 4 consecutive power plays. Anaheim came out of those power plays with just 7 shots on goal. Since then, they've outshot the Golden Knights 8-2. So another dominant opening period. Unfortunately, the Ducks are half a minute away from again going to the locker room in a scoreless tie, as was the case in Game 1. And Leo Carlsson beaten on the draw by Jack Eichel. Barbashev will just flip it through the neutral zone. Back to get it Lacombe. 20 seconds left in the period as Trouba gives it right back to him. Lacombe to Leo Carlsson. Speed through the middle of the ice. Tries to dish it as he gets inside the blue line. Too many defenders between he and Terry, but Leo steals it back and sets up Lacombe on the left side. He'll rim it around the boards, and Terry bounces off a couple different players trying to feed it back. 3 seconds left in the period. Lacombe can't free it up, and that will bring an end to an opening period full of opportunity for Anaheim, but it bears no fruit on the scoreboard.
Well, the Anaheim Ducks, they need to stick with it, and I really look forward to talking with Tyson Hines. They're doing everything pretty much but scoring and finishing, right? So it's going to be interesting to see what he feels is going to be the trick to really solve the puzzle that is Carter Hart.
Well, 15-4 shots unofficially in favor of Anaheim here at the end of this first period. Carter Hart continues to be in their way. Anaheim fails on 4 power play opportunities in that period, and we are scoreless for the second consecutive game after 20 minutes of play. A little bit of frustration. I saw Jacob Trouba at the end of the period slam his stick on the ice. The Ducks know that they've had chances, and yet they find themselves in a tie hockey game through the first 20 minutes of play.
Yeah, you saw the similar body language from Leo Carlsson, too. A little bit of shrugged shoulders there and looking up into the rafters, and we're listening to the jiggling of the headset. So
it's usually a good sign, right?
Should have, yes, indeed. Should have Tyson Hines here momentarily. Okay, I think we are joined by Tyson. Tyson, you have looked so patient in a lot of your defensive zone exits and first passes out of the defensive zone. Where do you find that patience?
I think it's just players. Our players are at the right spot and right timing, and give me full confidence just making a play down there.
And John and I up here, we're just giving you high praise about how few games you have under your belt here at the National Hockey League level, both regular season and now playoffs. Did you have a sense when you were down in San Diego for the majority of the year that you could come up and make the impact and the difference for this club that you currently are?
Honestly, I had no idea. But you know, when you're down there, you just keep working and waiting for your opportunity. And when it comes, you make sure you're ready for it.
And lastly, just a couple of keys to coming out with the victory here tonight.
I think we need to keep going. We have some good ozone. Keep slinging pucks to the net, and great thing happens.
You're playing great, Tyson. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
That's Tyson Hines, the 2023 Quebec Major Junior Hockey League Best Defensive Defenseman. They call that the Kevin Lowe Award, and that's a big part of the reason he's in the lineup. Ducks and Golden Knights scoreless after 20 minutes of play here in Game 2 of this Western Conference Best of 7 series from T-Mobile Arena. You're listening to Duck Stream, powered by TuneIn.
She was the sister who went.
Look, I think they started off extremely hot, right? Great execution as far as quick passes and overall game plan. Like, they brought a slightly different game plan, and I just think it was quicker passes. That is their bread and butter. When they are passing the puck a lot quicker, they're just more effective. So I think that brought that early on. And then it transitioned into that the 2 penalties for the Vegas Golden Knights, which led to the 5-on-3. Then they just started to, I think, slow down their passes. And yes, they were moving. There was a complete roll between each skater. Leo Carlsson starting near side half wall. He brought the puck up to the top area, mid-ice line, and then all the way to the far side. And so there was movement, but besides that early portions, I think the percentages as far as quality execution with their passes started to dwindle a little bit. And I think overall, just the difference between the makeup of the penalty kill as far as being super conservative, as I mentioned in real time after the fact, they were super conservative with their PK when they had 4 skaters out on the ice. But then they started to really expand when being more aggressive overall when they had 3 skaters on that 5-on-3 opportunity for the Anaheim Ducks. So I think that threw them off a little bit. Now they know. But, I mean, job well done by the Vegas Golden Knights on killing those off. With that said, the team with the better response when it was all said and done after the conclusion of some of those power play opportunities, and it's what you wanted to see. You wanted to see between both clubs the team with the better response, even though that they could have shrugged their shoulders and looked down. No, they really utilized it. They said, you know what, we got even better. They brought that at the conclusion of some of those opportunities, and that's the key, right? Not everything's going to go your way, but it's the rebound. It is the recovery that really counts, and that's a testament to the good guys.
Ducks now 0 for 8 in this series on the power play. But to your point, Emerson, certainly bouncing back from that end and getting some offensive zone time. What are maybe some of the adjustments that they need to make in the offensive zone? Maybe quicker, whatever it might be, to get in front of Carter Hart.
Yeah, and well, we saw that Mikael Granlund missed opportunity there, far side, back door. They just got to start capitalizing, plain and simple. I just think Carter Hart, look, he's somewhat getting in the heads of the Anaheim Ducks right around that high danger scoring area. And the thing that the Anaheim Ducks need to do a much better job of from a team standpoint, Alexis, is face-offs. I mean, just overall, through and through, there was a lot of offensive zone face-offs for the Anaheim Ducks, and the fact that they're at 33.3% to the opposition 66.7%, that dramatically needs to turn around, and hopefully it does the rest of the way.
First period was a bit physical as well for the Anaheim Ducks, 15 hits compared to Vegas's 11. And Emerson, you mentioned it, the Mikael Granlund opportunity on the back door. It was the back of his stick blade that he was trying to settle the puck with. I mean, from the player perspective, how difficult is that in a high percentage play in that kind of moment?
I'm kind of shocked. Just we're used to seeing him capitalize in those kind of goal-scoring opportunities. We remember back in Calgary, where it was a late game power play opportunity and he went post and in. That was just one that comes to mind, but he's usually money in those scenarios. They just need to somehow find a way. Cutter, he tried to pop that 1-5 hole, and now he was super in tight. Can he take a split second longer to push that puck near side and slide it home? That's what they're going to need to start doing. And now that's the balancing act, right? That's what Jackson Lacombe had in his mind on that brilliant opportunity last game when he had one too many passes, sending that to Troy Terry there in the net front on that blown opportunity. That's what he was thinking. He was thinking, Carter Hart's been sliding across so well that it's going to take one extra pass. So once again, you can't overdo it, and it's just that balancing act.
We're going to take a break here on our first intermission report. Make sure to join us when we come back from this commercial break. first intermission report brought to you by UCI Health. And coming into this game for the Anaheim Ducks, which were still sitting scoreless after the first period of play, we saw some changes to the lines. Emerson, what do you make after this first frame of what we've seen with the lines? A little bit of shifting already even.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to continue to monitor it because I have a hunch that a lot of that has to do with guys not playing a whole lot, right? Because there was so many power play opportunities. Guys got cold on the bench. If you think of all the skaters that don't play power play minutes. So I think that has a lot to do with it. But hey, we could be on to something more. So we'll just have to continue to monitor.
And as we were talking about some of the first period stats for the Anaheim Ducks, 13 shots on goal, out shooting Vegas heavily as they only have 4. And it's been a physical game as well. We mentioned that in the last segment. 15 hits for Anaheim compared to Vegas's 12. We can expect a bit of that physicality to carry over into the second period, which is coming up here shortly. As I mentioned, still scoreless after 20 minutes of play, similar to Game 1. This is Game 2 tonight at T-Mobile Arena. Ducks and Golden Knights. You can join John Allers and Emerson Needham on the other side of this commercial break. They'll have the call of the second period, and we'll see how the Ducks are able to get going early in this one. We'll be back from this commercial break.
Marketplace of the Anaheim Ducks and the NHL. With mobile entry and easy transfer, you're in for every goal. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com/Anaheim Ducks, because when they shoot, you score only at Ticketmaster. John Allers alongside Emerson Needham, about set to begin the second period of play in Game 2 of this best-of-7 series. The shot totals have been adjusted a bit. The scoreboard says 13. The stat sheet says 14. But one thing didn't change, Emerson Needham, and that is Anaheim surrendered only 4 shots on goal in the opening period to the Golden Knights. Couple that with the fact that Vegas had only 22 shots in Game 1 and maybe lost a little bit in the mix of missed opportunities from an Anaheim standpoint, is the fact that they're playing very solid defensively.
Well, I look back to that far side backdoor opportunity for the Vegas Golden Knights. It was a great box out job by the Anaheim Ducks defense, and they weren't really allowing too many second and third opportunities, right? So even the minimal quality looks that the Vegas Golden Knights got, the Anaheim Ducks were right there to regain possession.
Underway in the second period as Brett Howden wins the draw. Vegas now going left to right across your radio dial, and Mark Stone will lob it in. Stone, the all-time leader in Vegas playoff goals, points, and power play goals, has been a little quiet so far in this series. Ducks break back out of their own zone. Leo Carlsson drives through the middle. Dish on left wing for Kreider. His shot deflected wide by Rasmus Andersson. Pinching up the right boards, Troy Terry keeps it in, but he can't get it away from Noah Hannafin. And the Vegas defender gets it ahead. Here comes Stone into the Anaheim zone. Over on right wing, Marner winds and fires. Rebound given up by Dostal, and he gets enough of the rebound bid by Howden. It's still loose, and finally gets the whistle. And Dostal is a little upset. There's a fallen Golden Knight behind him in his goal crease. That's Mitch Marner, and I think he's looking around, Emerson, and wondering why that whistle took so long.
Well, the one thing that I am noticing with Dostal currently is the juicy rebounds. I mean, there was a chest save early on in this game that puck bounced way out, and then how about that juicy rebound let out? And I really point to the lack of shots towards him, really,
yeah,
that, you know, he's just not that warm because of that lack of shots on him.
Well, we talked about that at the top of the second period here. Ducks win the draw to the left of Dostal, but fail to clear it past the point coverage of Caden Korzak. He gets it deep, and Eichel tries to spin it back through and came all the way to the left circle. Barbashev was a little handcuffed, didn't get a lot on the shot. As Dostal steers it away, the Ducks clear to center. Korzak sends it back in, trying to knock it off the shelf unsuccessfully with his stick was Dostal. Trouba now flanked on either side by defenders, chips enough to get it to Leo Carlsson, who wisely, prudently gets it to center. And Ben Hutton just got run over by Ross Johnston. Ross dumps it in behind the net, and Harkins trying to get away from Dorofeev. In comes Granlund with an attitude, and he knocks his man off the puck again. The Ducks with a physical presence to what they're doing here in the second. Puck up the boards, Dorofeev cuts it off, and his pass ahead is sent right back by Killorn. Harkins whips it in. Ducks go for a change. Hart plays it in the trapezoid, and Korzak with it again. Yeah, native of Yorkton, Saskatchewan, will sand wedge it to center.
That was a bone-crushing hit thrown by Ross Johnson on Ben Hutton. And that's that scary area where, for Ben Hutton's sake, he's about 10 feet away from the boards. And boy, when you go hard in that area, it's tough.
Killorn enters the zone, gets it to Hellison, who cuts across the top of the slot and misses with a wrist shot. Popping out high, big one-timer from Cutter Gauthier, and that's fought off by Carter Hart. Ducks recover and cycle up the far boards. Granlund on the right side, pinned to the boards by Hutton. The former Duck played 34 games 5 years ago for Anaheim. Cannot win the puck, and as it's dug out, Hines at the line keeps it in the zone to the corner for Gauthier. Now in behind the net, Gauthier cuts it off as it comes back to him in the corner. Hines winds and fires, and a glove save made by Carter Hart.
That's impressive for Hines to find so much velocity behind that clapper. Just a simple fact that he was on his back heels, and that puck was awkwardly off to his side and almost behind him, but in an unorthodox style, he just wired it towards the net, gloved down by Carter Hart. And the thing you got to appreciate about that is there's several Ducks skaters around Hart there, and Cutter Gauthier was one of them.
Anaheim has shot volume in this game, Emerson, but I would say they do not have traffic in front of Carter Hart just yet.
And even on the last one, right, there was a window for Carter Hart to see that puck. So instead of Cutter Gauthier doing a drive-by, he's just got to stop and plant right in front of him, a lot like that goal from Cutter Gauthier. Remember that back in Edmonton on that downtown blast? Becca Tinica was right in the netminder's eyes. Same's got to be the case right on that last play.
Face off to the right of Hart. Nick Dowd, who was perfect 5 for 5 in the opening period, wins that one, and the Knights clear the zone. And behind the play, we're going to get a penalty against Anaheim. Looks like a high sticking call, as in on the forecheck, Jansen Harkins. No, I beg your pardon, it's Jeffrey Viel.
Anaheim penalty number 28, 2 minutes for high sticking.
Well, and there was no pushback, oddly enough, from Viel. I mean, I've really never seen a player not sell it as if, hey, it wasn't me. There was none of that with Viel. He just skated straight towards the sin bin. He knew right away he was the guilty party.
Second power play opportunity of the night for the Golden Knights. They're 0 for 1, 0 for 3 in the series. Eichel will lean in and take the draw. He's out with Stone.
Get him on the wall.
And
Thanks, Jacob. I'll
Dorofeev.
also give you the wall, okay?
Dorofeev was second in the National Hockey League in the regular season with 20 power play goals. He's the go-to man as the Ducks clear the zone off the faceoff. Theodore brushes it back, and Eichel will carry it through neutral ice. Through the logo and into the Anaheim zone. The dish is to Mark Stone. Comes off the right point, makes his way to the high slot. Tried to make a pass, broken up by Killorn, and Poehling the other way shorthanded. Knocked down in front of the Anaheim bench. He's able to hook the puck in behind the Vegas goal, and 35 seconds now gone in the Golden Knights man advantage.
Oh no, with J.D. or pushing Ryan Poehling down when he was trying to get that entry there. Hales, he hunched down, and he seems to be in extraordinary pain, so we'll have to continue to keep tabs on that.
Another failed entry by the Golden Knights, and unfortunately for Anaheim, they tried to flip it out of the zone, but they hit the scoreboard with it, and that is really a bad break because there was no pressure at all. And it's going to bring the faceoff all the way back into the Anaheim zone to the right of Lucas Dostal.
Well, the one good news is you have Tim Washy back out, right? He took the penalty last time for the lone power play opportunity for the Vegas Golden Knights, and you lose that faceoff man, right?
He wins the draw, but the referee got in Granlund's way, so he has to reverse the puck to Mintyukov. And again, Anaheim has trouble clearing as Truba's clearing attempt deflected by Barbashev. Kept at the point by Rasmus Andersson. Trouba got a stick on it, couldn't get it out up the wall a second time. William Karlsson keeps it alive for Barbashev. Hurdle off the half wall. Gets it back now from Andersson. Rasmus Andersson out high, winds and fires. Save. That sounded like it hit the mask of Dostal. Cleared to the line, but not out. Andersson again able to rescue it at the stripe. Karlsson moves it down low. Trying to find a passing lane. Barbashev, it ricocheted right towards the net. Hurdle almost got to it. In behind the net, it's wound around, and William Karlsson gets to it. Pops it into the middle. Hurdle had a lot of time. Instead, back to Rasmus Andersson. Fought off by Dostal. And this time, Anaheim able to clear.
What a save by Dostal. I mean, he sprawled out and got a piece of not only his glove, but also maybe the left pad as well. Big time stuff.
Final seconds of the power play as the Golden Knights get it back in, and John Karlsson reverses it around the boards all the way back to the Vegas line. Out of the box comes Viel, and the Ducks full strength. Now 2 for 2 on the penalty kill here tonight, as was the case in game 1. Cole Smith dumps it in behind the Anaheim goal, and Dowd gets to it first. The former Washington Capital leaves it for Colton Sissons. He and John Karlsson do battle. It's dug out, and Leo Karlsson gets it up the boards, but not out. Back to the corner. John Karlsson seals it. Tried to jam it ahead quickly, but Sissons is over to dig it loose. Smith tried to get it back to the point, did not succeed, and the Ducks back the other way. Little crisscross at the blue line, and Killorn works it down low. Viel and Karlsson in behind the Vegas net trying to get it back from Shea Theodore. Theodore moves it up the boards, kept at the line by Hines. Snaps it over, popping out high. 3 across the top is Troy Terry. His shot looking for a tip in the slot, comes back to him. Now Hines feeds Leo Karlsson left circle. Drops it off for Troy Terry. Terry stick handling, trying to find some space. Up comes Hines to drive to the corner and swing it around the boards. Right hash mark Hellison protects for Leo Karlsson. Cross ice pass intercepted by Dowd, who was at the end of a shift, and he ices the puck. He was trying to facilitate a change by just lobbing it softly into the Anaheim zone, but he lobbed it too far. Too much club, Emerson. And a very tired Nick Dowd trying to buy some time as he has to stay out.
Well, let's see if Nick Dowd changes that club and has a different result next time around. Yeah, that is extremely uncharacteristic, as Nick Dowd is heavily
They're giving him a lot of time here, too. The Ducks want to drop this puck as quickly as possible. Dowd is gassed.
Yeah, well, he usually doesn't make those types of plays.
Granlund to oppose him in the circle to the right of Carter Hart. Ducks with fresh bodies, and Mikhail Granlund with a clean face-off win. Lacombe goes across, and Trouba's shot blocked on the way in behind the net. Killorn recovers it. left point, gives it to Lacombe, who gives it right back to him. Lacombe now will slide it across. Trouba spreads the ice, back for Lacombe. Had a little trouble handling a hot pass, now wheels at the left point with it. Gauthier gives it back to him. Ducks get some traffic in front. Gauthier with a redirect that just missed, and Hart didn't see it. Trouba with the pass. Back to the right point. Trouba again snaps it across for Lacombe. Throws it to the corner. Killorn is there. This group for Vegas is dead tired. Anaheim getting all the loose pucks. And then Dowd rocks Killorn. Sissons pitchforks it out of the zone, and this will not go far enough for icing. At last, Vegas can make that change.
Well, let's see if the Ducks can orchestrate a lot more of those high, low, or high slot area tip plays, as we saw Ross Johnson have some success early on in the game, and Cutter Gauthier on that last sequence almost as well.
Yeah, he dumps it in. It hits the top of the dasher board and goes into the netting out of play. We'll step aside. Still no score in game 2. 13-15 to go in the second period at T-Mobile Arena. You're listening to Duck Stream, powered by TuneIn.
Nothing out of Sin City. 13-15 remaining in the second period. Be sure to stop by the Ducks Playoff House in Orange and join fellow fans to check out various activations, exclusive merchandise, and special guest appearances. This unique playoff hub will be open throughout the Ducks postseason from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. daily. Admission is free and open to all. Go to AnaheimDucks.com/house for details.
No score in game 2. 13-15 left. Second period at T-Mobile Arena. The series shifts to Southern California Friday and Sunday for games 3 and 4 at Honda Center. Offensive zone draw won by the Ducks, and they work it around the perimeter. Mintyukov for Seneca up the left boards. He'll just curl it on a little cycle play for Jeffrey Viel. Paling winds it all the way around. Right point, that shot on net from John Carlson. It appeared to surprise Carter Hart. Viel goes crashing in on Hannafin, loosening the puck up, and Paling comes up with it. Ryan Paling out of the right corner, looks, great cross-ice pass. Mintyukov turned away by Hart, and the rebound iced by the Golden Knights.
Wow, if you can't score on that one, I don't know. I mean, how much more point blank can you get? Great patience there, far side corner from Ryan Paling. He's trying to get that trigger area, which is top of the circle dot lane, but he continues to outweigh everybody, and he seams it over to the near side where Mintyukov had all day to put it home. What a stop.
And he hit him right in the mind. Yet another mask save from Carter Hart, who looks at a face-off in the ring to his right now. Marner, who had a goal and an assist in game 1, wins the draw from Leo Carlson, and it's hoisted to the neutral zone by Rasmus Andersson. Ducks retreat. Lacombe indirect up the left boards, and Terry bumped by Stone. The puck back to Jackson Lacombe. Rink wide. John Carlson will ride it hard around and in, so we're seeing some new defense pairs as well. Puck comes around to the near boards, and Lacombe activates to knock it away from Mark Stone. Little two-man game in the corner with Troy Terry. And Lacombe gives it back to him in the trapezoid. Terry trying to change direction, knocked off his stick by Anderson. Reaches, and Mark Stone comes up with it. Point covered by Kreider, who keeps it in right side. And behind the net, Terry chases to the near hash mark. Pulls it off the boards. Nice little pass to Leo Carlson. He'll circle the net, try to center. That's blocked, but he gets it back as he circles the zone. All the way to the left point. Lacombe keeps it moving. Gets it back on the give and go, and that one just over top of the net. Now Leo Carlson out high, tries to leave it for John Carlson, and Marner able to tap it away, and it's all the Golden Knights can do to clear the zone and then get a change.
Yeah, they're extremely pushed back. They have been for the last several shifts. What a bomb here on the near side by Jack Lacombe.
Ross Johnston pulls it off the end boards, brings it to the front of the net, can't jam it through. And the Golden Knights clear to center. Dorofeev stood up at the blue line by Trouba, just chips it in, and Mintyukov hinges all the way to the far corner. Comes right in front, and a golden opportunity is blockered away by Dostal, and I don't think that Barbashev got all of that.
Yeah, no, I don't think he did either. Boy, what a lucky break, but sometimes those could even be trickier, and that was just a great job by Lukas Dostal to stick with that one.
Golden Knights get it right back into the Anaheim zone, trying to create a little momentum of their own. Tim Washy will restart from behind the Anaheim goal. Approaching the halfway mark of the hockey game in Game 2, no score. Mintyukov takes the lead pass at center and sends it around the kick plate. Deep into the Vegas zone, Killorn loosens it up for Granlund in front. Gauthier got a stick on it, and Hart deflected it in behind the goal. Hines whips it across, and that's broken up, and William Karlsson clears the zone.
Well, the Ducks have this mentality of we won't be denied, and here comes Cutter Gauthier on the near side.
Little chip off the boards from Killorn, rim down low, Granlund gets to it. Turns back as two defenders join the play, and in behind the net, Gauthier keeps it alive for Granlund. Granlund trying to stick handle around William Karlsson, who held him up. Puck chipped high in the zone, and Killorn got a glove on it, keeping it in. He was next to play it, so as Hellison at the line keeps it in, they play on. Drew Hellison protects the puck on the boards as he's knocked down. Got it to the corner, and McNabb ahead to Dorofeev. And out of the zone, the Golden Knights will escape. Barbashev chips it in and stays out as his line mates change behind him. Ducks with all the momentum right now as this pass off the stick of Rasmus Andersson goes deep in behind Carter Hart, who has to come out and play it. Up the boards, Dowd got a little touch on it, and Hanifin rifles it to center. Off the stick of Cole Smith and deep into the Anaheim zone.
Well, one thing I'm noticing about Mikael Granlund, he just tried in the offensive zone there. Is a little shimmy shake. It's a pump fake out to his forehand, and then he tries to put it around the pressure player. It hasn't worked thus far in this series. He tried it a couple of times last game. He tried it on that play. They're foiling it, and he's got to come up with a better game plan.
John Carlson leads it out of the Anaheim zone to Leo Carlson. Up the right side, Terry denying entry into the zone. He'll go for a change as the Golden Knights reverse it away. 9 minutes to go, second period at T-Mobile. No score between Vegas and Anaheim. Here's a steal at center by Poehling. He pushes it into the Vegas zone, and Dowd keeps it alive and just brushes it on the backhand back into the Anaheim zone. Turning with it there is Trouba. Direct pass ahead for Jeffrey Viel up the left boards, off his stick into the Vegas zone. Korzak tries to reverse it away, turned over, and Viel got it to Seneca in front, and he scores! Beckett Seneca breaks a scoreless tie. It's 1-0 Anaheim.
It all started on the forecheck. What a job by Jeffrey Viel getting on the inside. He recovers that puck near side, offensive zone corner, and he wastes no time sitting out in front. Beckett Seneca with the high hockey IQ slams it home.
Great pass by Viel, second of the playoffs for Seneca. It comes at 11:23 of the second when we played over 31 minutes of hockey without a goal. The Ducks, for the second time in the postseason, have the game's first goal. It's 1-0 Anaheim.
And just looking at the replay here, look at Beckett Seneca, that bottom hand low. He's ready to go, ready to pounce on that. Good on him.
And at last, Anaheim is rewarded for their play, and they get it back into the Vegas zone again off the ensuing draw. Jack Eichel brings it back, carries to the Anaheim stripe, drops it off at the blue line, and it rolls in to the right of Dostal, and Lucas will cover it up there. 8:19 to go, second period. At last in Game 2, we have a score. Anaheim leads Vegas 1-0. You're listening to Duckstream, powered by TuneIn. It's San Manuel. You in?
Great news, Orange Country. Your Anaheim Ducks are currently up in this one 1-0, and that goal is second of the playoffs. It was a big-time goal scored by Beckett Seneca, assisted by Jeffrey Viel and Ryan Bailey.
For both Viel and Paling, their first helpers of the postseason. They had both found the back of the net in the series against the Edmonton Oilers. So the Ducks, for the second time in 8 postseason games, score the game's first goal. This one just took a while. 8:19 to go, second period in Vegas. Face off to the right of Lucas Dostal. Eichel beaten on the draw by Tim Washy. Washy is 5th best in the Stanley Cup playoffs in the face-off circle coming into tonight, over 62%. Ducks get it deep, and Harkins bounces in on the forecheck. Puck reversed away, but Lacombe with the keep. Across to Trouba with a big drive, and that lays right in front of the goal creases. It never got to Carter Hart. Ducks can't find it first. Back comes Eichel into the Anaheim zone, pulls up and wires it high and wide off the boards. Mark Stone keeps it in. Trouba brushes it away, and Anaheim with the prudent play to the line and out.
Yeah, and that's just one of those plays where Jansen Harkins there, he's got to do a better job of ensuring that that is a little bit deeper into the neutral zone as the Golden Knights got a glove on it.
Vegas gets it back in again. Lacombe got it up the boards to the line. Rasmus Andersson sends it to the net, brushed aside by Lucas Dostal. Hanifin activates off the left point to keep it in. In behind the net, trying to center his Eichel, had a couple of cracks at it, went off the back of the net. Comes to the near wall. Now it's just puck battles, and it's finally chipped out by Chris Kreider, and the Ducks try to get a change. Kreider, good stick on the pass through the neutral zone, deflects it right in. Dostal gloves it down for Lacombe. Lacombe with a little dish as he circles the net, and a long outlet pass up the left side. Taken by Terry into the zone. Drop pass Leo Carlson with speed. Tried to go high short side. Hart kept it out. Mintyukov on the far boards keeps it alive for Leo, and it's off his stick to center where Terry retreats with it.
That was a great play on the entry. Troy Terry waits a split second. He doesn't drop it right away, which really fools everyone. He eventually drops it to the near side, and Leo Carlson just nearly picking the upper left side corner.
Anaheim possesses coming out of their own zone. Mintyukov fans on it, so he'll retreat, and he goes across. John Carlson's pass indirect, redirected the rest of the way in by Mikhail Granlund. Ducks get the forecheck going. Granlund up the far boards, forces it back. Killorn got a stick on it but couldn't possess. And the Golden Knights the other way. Kolasar will dump it in. William Karlsson gets to it first, sends it back up the boards, and Hutton returns the favor. Karlsson in the trapezoid, reverses, tries a little backhand centering pass. That was blocked. Picked up by Killorn, who keeps the legs moving and now reverses it for Drew Hellison. He'll fire it out of the zone, and Tyson Hines ahead for Gauthier. Off his stick, this will roll right towards Carter Hart. He'll let his defense handle it as Korzak leads it back the other way into the Anaheim zone. Kolasar trying to protect it in the corner as he's draped by 2 different orange defenders, and Tyson Hines kicks it behind the net. Cole Smith comes up with it, feeds the point, dusted off. Hanifin didn't get it through. Comes back to him, but he holds the zone. Moves it to the left corner. Now back to Hanifin again at the point. He'll slide it over. Rasmus Andersson lets it go. That was blocked on the way. Ended up in the corner, and it's rimmed all the way around. Sissons kept it alive, spinning at the point with it. Sissons is the outlet for Hanifin. Now flips it up the boards. Glove down by Paling, who didn't get enough on it to get it out of the zone. It pops high in the zone, and it's Cutter Gauthier who lobs at the length of the ice. That'll be icing against Anaheim as we're down to an even 5 minutes to go in the second period of Game 2 with the Ducks on top 1-0.
Yeah, almost identical play as that icing on Nick Dowd earlier in this game. And Cutter Gauthier, he's just too good of a hockey player not to realize that he's got 15, 20 feet of gap to work with and simply skate out in the neutral zone and ensure that it doesn't come back for a defensive zone draw.
That face-off to the left of Dostal, won by Eichel. Theodore slides it over. McNabb gives it to Eichel coming out of the corner. The return pass knocked off his stick and out center ice. Theodore retreats. Ducks will get at least one change as Gauthier gets off. Rasmus Andersson moves it ahead to Eichel, who carries in. Tries to center one off the skate of Paling and is collected and moved up the zone and out. Hellison will get to the bench for a change, and at last Anaheim gets fresh legs over the boards. Now it's the Golden Knights who will ice the puck. And we get a whistle with 4.5 to go in the second period. Anaheim Ducks hockey on the Ducks Radio Network is brought to you by Western National Property Management. DucksLiving.com, your new platform to score your dream apartment.
Well, Johnny, Terry got some flack for going a serious stretch throughout the regular season with not registering a hit. But how about him on that last forecheck there? Not only getting on the inside, but finishing in the corner and really creating that icing for the Vegas Golden Knights.
Leo Carlson wins the draw in the offensive zone, drops it off for Lacombe along the left boards. He'll run it down in behind the net. Kreider trying to come out of there with it. Taps it back for Terry. He's got a little space, indirect off the boards. Lacombe did well to catch that pass cleanly. Over to Trouba. His shot in front blocked by Braden McNabb, and Eichel moves it ahead. Numbers for the Golden Knights if they hurry. Here's Stone trying to get it over, and Lacombe just came over and calmly took it away. Golden Knights get the forecheck going. Keep the puck on the perimeter, and now a centering pass disrupted. Down goes Barbashev as he tries to get it back. This is just puck battles right now in the Anaheim zone. And finally, it's cleared through the middle of the ice. Rasmus Andersson coughs it up. Leo Carlson had it, but couldn't get it to settle. Hannafin kept it away from him, and now Anderson on the rush the other way. Into the middle, Marner goes back, and that went off a skate. Dorofeev nearly got to the loose puck as it was just to the right of Dostal. Puck is pinballing all over the place, and the Ducks will just get it to the Vegas line and dump it in as Terry goes for a change.
And how about that recovery for Dostal there, as yes, he got the initial piece of it that went into the far side defensive zone corner, but Vegas threw it back on net, and he had to recover quick on that play.
Ducks into the Vegas zone. Ross Johnston eats the puck along the end boards below the goal line, keeps it alive, and now reverses it. John Carlson waits, popping out high to support Harkins. His shot hit Ross Johnston. Now to the near corner. Golden Knights will get to it up the wall. Mintyukov pinches, can't keep it in. It comes out center. Golden Knights on the rush. Here's Marner, forced wide on the right side, and staying with him is Dostal. John Carlson hit behind the net, but he protects the puck. And here come the Ducks. Go Knights go is the chant at T-Mobile as the pass ahead is shoveled in, and Anaheim will go for a change. Spun all the way around the boards for Kolasar, and he's separated from the puck as he gets to the Anaheim stripe. Nice play there by Tyson Hines. Long stretch to Gauthier at center. He's 1-on-3 into the Vegas zone. Got the shot through as Korzak tried to defend, and a stick save made by Carter Hart. Golden Knights jab it to center, and Hines hinges over to beat Kolasar to the puck. Boy, nice play by Tyson Hines. He possesses the puck and now leaves it for Killorn. He's pressured by Kolasar. Turns out of the corner, tripped up. And we get a whistle. I believe we got a penalty coming up here to the Golden Knights. We do. Keegan Kolasar is going to go for the trip. And what an opportunity this will be. The Ducks, with an even 2 minutes left in the second, will go on the power play.
Vegas penalty number 55. 2-minute minor. Hooking.
Ducks on the power play. When we come back, they lead game 2 1-0. You're listening to Duckstream, powered by TuneIn.
Golden Knights guys, we'll see if they're able to get a little bit quicker movement on this power play.
An opportunity to double their lead as they go on the JMG power play for the 5th time in this game and the 9th time in this series. As Alexis mentioned, Anaheim 0 for 8 in the series after going 8 for 16 against Edmonton in the opening round.
And they really can't look past this face-off here to the right of Carter Hart, right? I mean, that has been a continuous struggle here. So, once again, they need to focus on this play at hand.
Nick Dowd has been nails in the face-off circle for the Golden Knights tonight, and he's going to oppose Mikhail Granlund. Leo Carlson out along with Troy Terry, Chris Kreider, and John Carlson. And even 2 minutes remain in the period, so if Anaheim could convert here, an opportunity to take a 2-goal lead to the locker room on the road in Game 2. They lead 1-0 on the Beckett-Seneca goal at 11:23 of the second period. Clean win for Granlund, and Anaheim works it to the half wall and then got away from Leo Carlson. That's unfortunate. Now it's a puck battle. Leo gets a stick on it, and he got some help from Troy Terry. To the line, it's John Carlson over to the right side of the zone. Anaheim is set up now. Down low, it's Kreider. Little give and go into the bumper, and not getting a clean shot away was Terry. That's too bad because they got the look they wanted. Around the boards, Mikhail Granlund on the right wing half wall. Brings it to the dot. Now backs off. Curls in again. Trying to get some movement again. They get it to Terry in the bumper, and the shot went wide. It's clear what Anaheim's trying to do. They're trying to get it to Troy Terry right there between the circles. John Carlson takes a drive from out high, and that was deflected by Kreider, who couldn't win the puck back, but Leo Carlson recovers it. Good puck recoveries with 1:10 to go in the period. Around the boards for Granlund. Back to the line now. Shoveled over by John Carlson. Leo Carlson gives it back to him. Right circle, Granlund got it in again to Terry, and his shot off the heel of his stick went wide. Great execution. They're getting the looks they want. Now John Carlson with a wrist shot. That was deflected in front. Kreider may have touched it as we enter the final minute of play in the second. Again, the Ducks get it back as Granlund feeds the line. Leo Carlson in front, and he did not get the tip from Kreider. It's frozen down by Carter Hart.
What a play. Near side half wall. Leo Carlson just throws it at the net, and a great deflection by Chris Kreider. Now, Kreider got hit in the midsection a couple of times there on that last sequence, and the first one, he went right down to the ice, and he's in my humble opinion, he's got to stick with the play a little bit more. I mean, yeah, there's going to be stingers and those types of situations, but you just can't sell it like that. You got to stay in the hunt, and luckily he did the second and third opportunities.
Ducks on their 5th power play. They've had chances tonight, but they've been evanescent. Off the face-off. Ducks around the boards, unable to keep it in as Gauthier's pass intended for Lacombe was deflected out of the zone by Mitch Marner. Ducks regroup at center. Gauthier brings it in, protects along the right boards as Hannafin picks him up. Flips it back to the line. Lacombe is there as the outlet. Now off the left boards, got it to Seneca, who gets it into the middle. Killorn with a point-blank shot. Big save, Carter Hart, and Gauthier misses on the rebound off the glass and out of play.
And with that far side dot lane shot from Cutter Gauthier, that might have deflected off of the either skate or shin pad, and we're going to get a, oh no, it was, I think, off Hannafin there. Maybe his shin guard or his stick there. So that's a lucky break for the Vegas Golden Knights. And how about this Anaheim Duck squad? They're translating their stellar 5-on-5 play here onto this power play.
20 seconds left in the period and the power play. And the faceoff will be to the left of Carter Hart. So out comes Ryan Poehling to take the draw. And the Golden Knights, William Karlsson wins it, and hard around and out goes Rasmus Andersson, and that's going to probably do it for the period as Dostal sets it up. In a hurry comes Lacombe, a stretch pass up the right side taken by Seneca. Fires it towards the net off a stick and out of play with 3.6 seconds left. Boy, the Ducks got that bumper look that they wanted on a number of occasions during this power play, but it would appear, unless they can make something magical happen in under 4 seconds here, that they're going to continue to be a donut on the power play in this series.
How about the block shot so far for the Vegas Golden Knights? 17. So that just goes to show how hard it's been to get shot through.
So Granlund's going to take the draw here. He's going to try to pull this to Terry in the slot area or John Carlson in the high slot, as William Karlsson will oppose him. To the left of Carter Hart. And William Karlsson controls to the corner. Rasmus Andersson will skate the period to its end. And despite an 0 for 5 night on the power play now for Anaheim, They will take the lead to the locker room after 2 periods of play, and with 20 minutes to go in Game 2, they have a 1-0 lead over the Vegas Golden Knights.
And speaking of the commanding 1-goal lead heading into this third and final frame, I mean, the Anaheim Ducks need to know where they're at in this game. I mean, this is a very opportune time to snag this game, which would obviously even up the series heading back to Anaheim and really shape up and mirror what we saw last round. So they need to just keep the pressure on, but you could really tell, Johnny, they know they're in this position because they will not back down.
Stay with us. Alexis Downey is coming up with our UCI Health second intermission report. The Ducks get the only goal of the second period of play. Beckett Seneca at 11:23 of the middle frame, and that is the reason they lead Game 2. After 40 minutes at T-Mobile Arena in Vegas, our score: the Ducks 1 and the Golden Knights 0. You're listening to
This is the second intermission report on Duckstream, the official 24/7 audio network of the Anaheim Ducks.
Welcome into tonight's second intermission report, brought to you by UCI Health. After 2 periods of play, the Anaheim Ducks are up on the Vegas Golden Knights 1-0 thanks to a goal from Beckett Seneca, his second of the postseason, assisted by Jeffrey Viel and Ryan Poehling. Alexis Downey alongside Emerson Needham. Emmer, it was a period in which the Ducks really had the majority of the puck possession. They were getting a lot of offensive zone time, but not as many shots through. When you take a look at the shots in that period, 7 for Anaheim, 11 for Vegas. Why was that the case?
Well, the opposition, the Vegas Golden Knights, getting in the shooting lanes, just making it so difficult to really get shots through. I mean, they were blocking a lot, and quite frankly, there was a stretch where the Ducks they had several key blocks somewhere around the midway mark of that second frame there. And yeah, it goes to show, Alexis, how difficult it is to score goals in the playoffs. I mean, if you just even go back to the lone goal by Beckett Seneca in this game, I mean, just the sheer effort from Jeffrey Viel getting on the inside, winning that near side corner puck battle. And he had to get that off in a hurry in order to make that happen. And even the pass wasn't perfect. Yes, it was a great look, but just based off of my second review of on the replay, I mean, that puck was slightly in the air, and it was almost a scoop shot at the last second. That last second contact between the puck and the ice and the blade of Beckett Seneca, I mean, it did the trick, but that's what it took. So it just going back to my previous point, is it's playoff time, and it just takes a little bit more. Even just the sheer intensity of Beckett Seneca, that bottom hand low in the pocket, and just finishing that with authority. Everything is heightened. Everything is elevated here in playoffs. And boy, I can't think of a more playoff-type game that the Anaheim Ducks are bringing right now. They are all over the Vegas Golden Knights. But yes, to your initial question there, Alexis, they need to find ways. And once again, is it that extra stick handle and tight when Hart has been doing a great job slide across east-west, or just maybe that one extra delay to make him think twice about certain situations? But it has been tremendously hard to solve the puzzle, as I mentioned earlier, and that is Carter Hart. So we'll see what the Anaheim Ducks, the coaching staff, Joel Quenneville and company, come up with to hopefully, just with things looking how they are, maybe that next goal is the dagger if the Anaheim Ducks can get that second one. But boy, has it been tough.
And it's so fitting with the way that Beckett Seneca goal was scored, because yesterday Cutter Gauthier was asked about Carter Hart and trying to figure him out in the net, and he talked about how if the Ducks can creep into the middle of the ice more, that'll open up a lot more opportunities for them offensively. That's exactly where Beckett Seneca was stationed for that goal, center of the ice in the slot right in front of Carter Hart, and able to put that one past him. But you mentioned it too, how Vegas was able to get in the lanes on a lot of Anaheim shots, 18 block shots for the Golden Knights. Now, they were, of course, the team that came away with more shots on goal in that second period. Was it a push by them late in that period, or what were you seeing that generated a little bit more for them?
Yeah, I think it was just the odd times in which the Anaheim Ducks just took a step back. I mean, it was pure domination for them for the most part. And I just think the Vegas Golden Knights, they found little holes, whether it was the entry from Eichel there. He was about 5 feet to the inside of his offensive zone blue line. He wired it. It was a shot mid-ice line from deep downtown, and he just missed. It was a couple of inches that he missed that far side, right around maybe the middle portion of the net as far as height is concerned. So that was a close call. How about that Marner opportunity that created a very juicy rebound? And that's what I want to continue to monitor with the lack of shot volume. Now, certainly the Vegas Golden Knights have really managed to claw their way back in the shots on goal department. But with that said, there was a serious stretch where Lukas Dostal wasn't facing many shots. They turned to Johnny and really pointed to that maybe being one of the reasons why there was such juicy rebounds popping off of Lukas Dostal. Even the one he got with the shared glove and pad there that actually started the breakout going back towards the Vegas Golden Knights, and that was a juicy rebound. So it all has to do with being warm or lack thereof, and we know as these shots continue to pile on, hopefully the Anaheim Ducks can really shore those up. But if they do continue to pile on, we all know that the dose, well, he just gets warmer, he just gets more confident. It has been the hardest stretch, believe it or not, for Lukas Dostal. It's plain and simple. Oftentimes, people, hockey fans, think that if there is not a whole lot of shots on any which goal in there, that it means it's easier. That is certainly not the case. Any goaltender would prefer to be warm shots on them, because goaltenders, you know, they're a different breed, Alexis, right? They're a different animal, and they want that. They want to stay in the game.
And to that point, we saw probably the best save by Lukas Dostal in that second period. It was when the Ducks were on the penalty kill. They're now 2 for 2 on the PK tonight. They're 0 for 5 on the power play. Still trying to figure that out, but we're going to talk a little bit more about this game when we come back from this commercial break. Also, share an update on the other NHL game here tonight.
Hockey's not just a game. It's a clash.
Canadians 4-2 the final. That was in Buffalo. Game 1, Buffalo leads that series now. But we're talking about this Anaheim Ducks game in Vegas tonight. Things are getting loud here at T-Mobile Arena. It's 1-0 after 2 periods of play. Emerson, we haven't talked about it. Face-offs. The Ducks are struggling there tonight, 32.5%.
Yeah, we mentioned it early on. It hasn't really gotten better, right? I mean, and actually it's gotten worse. I remember when I initially said that they were at 33%. I think I said that in the first period. So maybe it increased there for a short time, but it's progressively gotten worse overall. And the key is, yes, you're going to have games in which you're hot in the circle and not in the circle. That's just one of those games. But when you do slap it back, it was a weird sequence. It was on the power play. The Ducks won that puck back clean here in the near side faceoff circle, and it oddly bounced over the twig of Leo Carlson. So even when they do win it clean, they still got to be ready to capture those pucks, because in that situation they weren't.
And in terms of that second period, the physicality kept going. 60 hits between both of these teams after 2 periods of play. Emmer, what are you expecting in this final frame?
Well, I'm expecting the same from the Anaheim Ducks. They can't worry about what the Vegas Golden Knights are going to come out with this third and final frame with. They got to focus on their own game, and that's doing exactly what they've been doing to get this 1-0 lead in the first place.
And as for the Anaheim Ducks, Cutter Gauthier leads the way in shots right now. 3 shots by him. We've seen a lot of block shots as well from Jacob Trouba. 3 for him there. We'll see how the Anaheim Ducks fare in this final frame, holding on to that 1-0 lead. Only the second time in the postseason that they've been able to score first in a game, holding that lead into the last frame here in the second game of this series. So we're going to step aside now on your second intermission report. The third period is coming up next, and John Allers and Emerson Needham will have the call when we come back.
beverage credit, access to all the amenities of the club level, reserved parking, and much more. For inquiries, visit hondacenter.com/rental suites.
Just about set for the third period of play in Game 2 between the Vegas Golden Knights and Anaheim Ducks. The Ducks enjoying a 1-0 lead here in Game 2. They trail in the series 1-0. Tonight's broadcast is property of the Anaheim Ducks Hockey Club. Any rebroadcast of tonight's game, either whole or in part, without the express written consent of the Anaheim Ducks and the National Hockey League, is strictly prohibited. This series comes to Anaheim Friday for Game 3 and Sunday for Game 4. Ducks tickets are available at Ticketmaster, the official ticket marketplace of the Anaheim Ducks and the NHL. With mobile entry and easy transfer, you're in for every goal. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com/Anaheim Ducks, because when they shoot, you score only at Ticketmaster. John Allers alongside Emerson Edom. The Ducks with the coveted lead heading into the third period of play. That's important because Vegas in this postseason 4-0 when leading after 2. The Ducks are 2-1 and a chance to take this series back to Southern California and Honda Center all square.
And, well, presuming things are going to stay this close, hopefully the good guys, of course, can get that second goal and make this 2-0. Currently stands 1-0. Text the postgame show 714-439-8422. At this point in time, we'd love to get some messages from you how you think the Anaheim Ducks can close out this game.
Both teams skate full strength as we get set to begin the third period of play. Anaheim has struggled on face-offs, and Eichel wins the draw, but the Ducks go forward, stealing the puck. And it's a long wrist shot by Kreider that's easily gloved off by Carter Hart just 7 seconds into the third period.
Well, as long as they can limit defensive zone face-offs and whatever happens as far as how they get the offensive draws, that's the key.
You know, we talked a lot about Anaheim's ability to come back in the regular season and these playoffs. So the Vegas Golden Knights are no slouches. They have trailed now in 6 of their 8 postseason games already. And, of course, they're coming into tonight's action 5-2 in the postseason. They break out off the face-off, and this one will be brushed in on the backhand deep into the Anaheim zone where Jacob Trouba collects it. He works his way to the near corner and sails it to center through the middle. Hanifin couldn't knock it down. Rasmus Andersson and he will restart at their own stripe. Eichel wants to change, so he'll rocket it back across for Hanifin and jump over the boards. Ducks not too aggressive on the forecheck here. Just one man in, that's Killorn. And now the outlet pass through the middle of the ice for Marner. Marner spins into the Anaheim zone and his shot deflected off his stick to the corner. Howden gets to it there and loses the puck. And the Ducks break back the other way. Granlund at center, snaps it over on left wing. Speed on the rush and a glove save made on the shot off the wing as Mintyukov jumped up on the play. That is not something we've seen a lot of from the Ducks in this game, too, and that's the ability to get going on the rush.
And that's a great point. And also, I can't help but think back to that game in which Pavel Mintyukov had a from downtown snipe in St. Louis, where it was similar to that last play. It was way from the outside, and it was a quality shot. That one, of course, didn't get through, but he had his mind on hitting some open net.
Paling with Seneca and Viel, and the offensive zone draw is won by the Golden Knights, who will go around the boards and out with it. John Carlson breaks it up at center, and Viel swats it across the zone, tracked down by Seneca. He's the game's goal scorer. Paling to the point, and Hines dusts it off. Boy, he looked like he wanted to one-time it. Now he loses the puck up the boards. Paling unable to get it back. Nick Dowd had it for a moment. It squirts across the zone. Now it's a foot race. Cole Smith gets to it and paddles it to center ice for Vegas. Hines tried to go D to D. It was deflected right on goal, and Dostal's pass misses Hellison. Drew stays with it, gets it back, and now motors to center, but can't dump it in at the red line on the initial opportunity, but on second blush, he gets it in behind the net.
Well, if you just think back to that shimmy shake attempt there by Tyson Hines and the overall failed play there on the far side point and what it ended up, it just, you gotta shore those types of game within the game plays up, because now the puck finds himself in the defensive zone for the Ducks.
Howden with a chance in the left circle as he went to one knee to one time it over top of the net. And the Golden Knights dangerous in the Anaheim zone. Howden leaves it for William Karlsson. Right point, Caden Korzak. Back for Karlsson, who circles the net. feeds it to the corner. The give-and-go return pass. Save made by Lucas Dostal.
What a stop by the Dostal. And I tell you what, Wild Bill, as he's referred to, William Karlsson, his game continues to trend in the right direction. Not that he was bad by any stretch of the imagination last game, but boy, he's starting to feel it. Of course, he missed quite a bit of time due to injury. Last game, his first game back in some time, and he's feeling it. He's getting to those right spots. He's playing with a little bit more speed. What a one touch on Lucas Dostal there from primetime area in the center slot.
Vegas had 10 third period come from behind wins in the regular season. Of course, the Ducks had 12, so both these teams are accustomed to trailing in the third period. Face off to the right of Dostal, unofficially credited with 16 saves so far in the hockey game. Eichel wins the draw. Barbashev's shot is snuffed out and paddled up the boards and out by Mikhail Granlund. Chasing after it, Gauthier deep into the Vegas zone, put it off the side of the net. Killorn gets to it, trickles right back towards Carter Hart, who swats it to the corner. Golden Knights start back. Puck curled into the Anaheim zone, nobody there to receive it. John Carlson retreats and then goes indirect off the boards, but does not connect with Alex Killorn, and that's an icing infraction against the Ducks.
And I have a feeling that, at least, not even I have a feeling, I know with the high-end skill of Cutter Gauthier, he can make more of a positive play in that sequence. He is forward-one in on the forecheck. He gets there first to that loose puck, but then he sends it into no man's land. It actually banks off the near side of the net there, but it has no address. Can he pick up that puck and have a delay and extend possession? I think so.
Face off, and Eichel looked as if he might have been clipped by a high stick as the Ducks clear the zone, but no call, and a quick change for Anaheim. Puck into the middle of the ice, and Eichel has it poked off his stick, and it just trickles to Dostal, who will hang on to it.
Yeah, just going back to my previous point, look, you have to command the puck. You have to make sure that you are giving yourself the best opportunity to extend possession, and ever since that Cutter Gauthier errant pass in hope play, as it's known as in the hockey world, well, where does this play end up? It is now to the right of Lucas Dostal here, this upcoming faceoff, so every play matters.
Ducks have received the game a little bit in the first 3 minutes of the third period here, and Tim Washy, who's going to be critical in this third period, out to take the draw against William Karlsson, and Vegas controls. Marner brings it to the left boards. Puts it behind the net. Karlsson changes direction. Centers. That went off a skate. Popped high in the air in the high slot. And Korczak couldn't settle it down until it came back to neutral ice.
Yeah, this is vintage William Karlsson. He has another primetime pass that almost finds his line mate there right in the slot area. Good play.
Ben Hutton rims it around into the Anaheim zone, and Troy Terry bounces off a couple of hits. Gets knocked down and nudges it over for Trouba, who takes his time, and again just off the glass to center. William Karlsson had it momentarily and then lost it, and Leo Karlsson chases back into the Vegas zone. Tried to get around Korczak, disrupted him enough to free the puck up, and Anaheim unable to keep it in at the line. A fluttering puck forcing Tyson Hines back through neutral ice, through the middle of the ice, got it to Kreider. Kreider right down the slot, and he just couldn't keep it on his stick as the Knights able to recover.
What a poke check by Noah Hannafin there, putting that puck right off the twig of Chris Kreider. That was a job well done.
Ducks regroup. Hines goes direct up the right side off the stick of Terry deep into the Vegas zone. Hart lets it go to the corner for Rasmus Andersson, and now he reverses to Noah Hannafin. The Boston native sends it ahead, and Dowd goes rink wide off the mark, so Lacombe able to collect it off the wall and stretch it up the left side for Viel. Jeffrey Viel trying to protect the puck. Didn't get it into the Vegas zone, however, and the Golden Knights will regroup as Dowd plays it all the way back, and they finish a change. 4.5 gone third period. The Ducks lead game 2, 1-0. Theodore rims it hard around and in. It rattles in behind the Anaheim goal, picked up by Jacob Trouba. Trouba's airborne pass knocked down at center, and Theodore tries to storm right back in with it. Backhands it around the boards. It comes to the near hash mark. Killorn Can't settle it down. It comes to him a second time. He'll just use the boards, and this one will slowly go back into Vegas ice. No icing, so the Ducks use the opportunity to change.
Well, not too long ago, Johnny, you mentioned the comeback stats in positive stats for the Vegas Golden Knights as far as trailing and come back in a lot of these games. Look at just their sheer intensity right now. They're starting to take over. Ducks got to watch out.
Hines comes up with a loose puck in the defensive zone, tries to carry it out, only to be separated just outside the stripe. Quick little regroup, but Eichel couldn't handle it cleanly, so he circles. Ahead to Barbashev, who redirects it into the Anaheim zone. Ross Johnston got a good hit on him along the boards. Down goes Barbashev, and the Ducks go the other way with the puck. Granlund able to sweep it deep, and behind the net, Carter Hart cuts it off for Ben Hutton. He just sidesteps the oncoming hit of Ross Johnston. Remember, Johnston led the Ducks in hits in the regular season, despite missing the final 18 games of the year with a knee problem. Ducks finish a change, dump to the right corner of the Vegas zone, and Hannafin for the Golden Knights plays it away. Mark Stone at center. Sails this one into the Anaheim zone, and Trouba has pressure. Reverses it to the corner, but just gave it right back to Brett Houghton. He'll feed the point. Hannafin's shot misses on the short side. Rattles around the boards. Rasmus Andersson keeps it alive now for Marner. Marner drags it along the wall, loses it to Trouba, but he can't get it past Marner, and now William Karlsson comes out of the corner with it. Trouba again denies and makes a nice little play to find the open man. It's Leo Carlsson. Snaps it ahead again. Kreider splits the D, but can't stay free into the Vegas zone. Terry trails the play. In front all alone to Leo Carlsson, who scores! Anaheim has doubled their lead. It's 2-0.
What a play on the initial pass from Chris Kreider. And it started out, the root cause was a great stretch pass by Leo Carlsson. Finds Chris Kreider. Kreider to Troy Terry, and then how does Troy Terry thread the needle in that manner to get it over to Leo Carlsson for the beautiful finish? My, oh my.
Carlson's fourth of the playoffs. At 6:36 of the third, just what the doctor ordered. Anaheim leads Vegas 2-0.
Well, the backhand from Troy Terry is a 15, 20-footer, somewhere in there. It's pristine, but Leo Carlsson had to reach in front of him and almost get that puck on the forehand, but on the toe of his blade. So the backhand pass was incredible, followed up by just a beautiful finish on the near side.
Puck dropped at center. Jeffrey Viel wins the draw, and the Ducks possess back in their own zone. Mitnyakov got it ahead. Viel couldn't get it out of the zone off the boards, and Dowd battles it to the corner. He'll feed the point. Back to Theodore, who drifts one over top of the net. That's off the glass and out of play, and Anaheim has a 2-0 lead in the third period of Game 2 here at T-Mobile Arena. And you're listening to Duckstream, powered by TuneIn.
Helping
This is your opportunity to test out the seats you want for the 2026-27 season. To learn more, visit AnaheimDucks.com/SAS. And good news, Leo Carlsson Well, he just put his squad up by a score of 2-0. 13:08 remaining in the third period. The first assist going to Troy Terry on a beautiful backhand pass, and the second going to Chris Kreider.
Time of the goal, 6:36 in the third period, and Anaheim on top 2-0. Face-off to the left of Lucas Dostal, and Vegas with another face-off win. Theodore trying to find a shooting lane, just skates it to the corner, pokes it behind the net. Eichel got it in front, point-blank save by Dostal. Thought he had it in his glove, he did. Barbashev was right on top of the crease. And once again, it took a little while for Lucas to get the whistle, but he hangs on.
Yeah, and he just, yes, there's those rebounds. I think I am safe to say that there are less juicy rebounds as far as the sheer intensity of those deflecting off of them. They are not going as far out as we saw earlier in the game, and good on him for freezing that one down.
Face off to his left once again, and this time a clean win on the draw from Mikhail Granlund. Ducks outlet up the left boards and through center ice. Granlund gets a little pass from Cutter Gauthier off his stick, and he was offside on the play, so he's forced to tag up, and that allows the Knights to get full control. Eichel snaps it through the middle of the ice, joins the rush. The pass to him broken up by Lacombe. Mark Stone was looking for him all the way, and Lacombe knew it. Ducks clear to center, and the Golden Knights chip it back in. Trouba reverses it. Lacombe keeps it moving on the yellow. Killorn had it knocked away. It comes to Gauthier, who chops it ahead, and that'll go 200 feet for an icing call. And once again, a face-off back in the Anaheim end.
Yeah, it's that balancing act of, yeah, you want to be hard there, and great for Cutter Gauthier to provide that secondary support there, as Alex Killorn was just trying to hack it off the boards and get that clear, and it needed that secondary support, Cutter coming through. But how do you kind of let up a little bit and not get that icing?
Knights choose the circle to the right of Dostal. William Karlsson digging for it, and it's dug out by Marner. He feeds the line. Hannafin's shot blocked wide. And it was Gauthier who got a piece of that, and Anaheim clears the zone. Back to get it is Noah Hannafin, the veteran defenseman. Started his career in Carolina. The headman pass that's broken up at center. Howden gets it back and steers it across the zone. Karlsson tries a little delay pass in front, and Leo Carlson intercepts it. Comes back the other way. His pass off the skate of Kreider will go deep into the Vegas zone. Hannafin reverses it away from Kreider's forecheck. Puck up the boards. And William Karlsson at center finds Howden. Trailer on the play is Hannafin, the defenseman. He's on his own with the Knights changing behind the play, so he feathers it behind the goal. Mintyukov goes hard around. No icing, as Hannafin was at the bench and didn't want to play that puck for fear of too many men on the ice. So back to get it, Braden McNabb. McNabb for the Knights moves it up the left boards. Kolasar gets it into the Anaheim zone. Ducks with a quick little reversal. Paling makes a move, cuts behind Dorofeev and brings it to center red and gets it deep. Carter Hart looks around as he's out to play it. Shovels it up on the glass. Hellison knocks it down, keeping it in the zone. Battle along the near boards, and Seneca works it free, brings it across the top of the slot. Mintyukov's shot handled by Hart. And it's lobbed out center. Tyson Hines retreats. The Golden Knights changing. He'll go ahead, and the pass goes through Seneca. Boy, it's unfortunate he didn't get a touch on it, because it goes the rest of the way down for an icing call.
And that's what the Ducks, it all started, that whole sequence of puck possession time for the Vegas Golden Knights, when Chris Kreider was unable to accept that pass there, the near side, right around the red line in the neutral zone. It went off his skate. He has more than enough skill to go skate right to a stick with that puck. So Vegas gained possession with that one, and then back at Seneca, we know how much confidence he has with the skate. He could have easily kicked that puck from skate to stick as well, so just unfortunate.
Face off to the left of Dostal. He's made 19 saves tonight, as many as he had in game one, and Ryan Paling with a face-off win. On the boards, VL protects it, lifts it to the line and out. Here comes Paling. Pass ahead for VL that he'll chase down in the left corner of the Vegas zone. Pops it in front, nobody there, but Barbashev for Vegas. Stone moves it away, and Rasmus Andersson stood up in the neutral zone, loses the puck. Nice play there by Jansen Harkins, who will chase it all the way back into the Vegas zone, followed by Tim Washy. Around the boards, Vegas just throws it to center ice. And Trouba easily paddles that across for Lacombe. His pass up the board's knocked down, though, at center ice. And here comes transition Eichel, and he can't pull it to his forehand as he came down the slot in the Anaheim zone.
Yeah, good on the Anaheim Ducks for continuing to go right at Jack Eichel. I mean, relatively quiet yet again here in Game 2.
Puck lobbed into the Anaheim zone. Good sandwich, little lift. That one just died when it hit. Colton Sissons almost got to it. Ducks get it up the boards, but not out. As the forechecking pressure from the Golden Knights brings physicality. Cutter Gauthier whips it across the zone. And Granlund careful with it as he lobs it through the middle of the ice. Ducks changing. Golden Knights try to catch as Hutton with a little chip at the blue line. Able to gain the zone with Dowd. Puck around the boards, chased down left corner by Pavel Mintyukov. The Ducks defenseman bounces it through center ice where Hutton recovers again. His pass through the middle off the stick of Cole Smith deep into the Anaheim zone. And now it's Vegas' turn to change as the puck's thrown out of the zone by Mintyukov, and that will not go far enough for icing as Shea Theodore is back to collect.
What I'm impressive with is Jack Eichel, Mitch Marner. They got some serious talent on the Vegas Golden Knights, and the Ducks have limited their playmaking.
Marner trying to make a pass that ricochets across the Anaheim zone, knocked to his knees, William Karlsson, but his pass broken up by Troy Terry. 50-50 puck poked out of the zone by Trouba, and Terry recovers at center. He'll throw it into the Vegas zone on his own, 1-on-3. Can't get the puck, but he allows his teammates to change behind the play. Karlsson moves it ahead, and again, fresh off the Vegas bench, it's Jack Eichel. He's getting double shifted by John Tortorella right now. Eichel gets it from Howden, gets tripped up, and a penalty coming up to Anaheim with 8:23 left here in the third period.
Well, that just might have been one of those calls that you had to take because Jack Eichel was in a prime time playmaking area.
Anaheim penalty number 25. 2-minute minor. Tripping.
So they lose Paling on the penalty kill and in the face-off circle for the next 2 minutes. A crossroads coming up in this game. The Ducks lead game 2, 2-0. 8:23 left in the third period. Vegas on the power. Power play when we come back. You're listening to Duckstream, powered by TuneIn.
This December will
I'm not sure if he's taking one of each or maybe he's not making any penalty calls here.
Well, that's a good sign because I think that's just the right play.
5:47 left in game 2. Anaheim 2, Vegas nothing. You're listening to Duckstream, powered by TuneIn.
Hey, Ducks fans.
By Anaheim, but Emerson, what in particular did you like about the efforts there and really what they've been doing all game?
Well, there was, as Johnny pointed out, it looked like there was so many skaters that I thought it wasn't on the penalty kill, but there was just so many guys doing so many great things. I mean, the 4 skaters, they were all on the ice. I think all 4. And Mikael Granlund wasn't eventually on the ice. I mean, he was halfway down from getting there, but he had a remarkable left shin pad or combination of the skate and shin guard type of save there on the near side that really was kind of the height of that whole sequence. So job well done from Lukas Dostal to the other penalty killers. I mean, that's playoff hockey for you. That's how you get it done when it counts.
It was a glove save and a beauty by Mikael Granlund, and with 5:47 left in game 2, the Ducks lead 2-0, and a face-off to the right of Carter Hart in the Vegas zone. Shots unofficially 26-23 in favor of the Ducks. Poehling takes the draw, beaten on the draw, and the Golden Knights will lift it quickly through center. Cole Smith can't get it across the line as the Ducks again hold the stripe nicely. Viel bumps with his man at center, moves it ahead, but McNabb denies entry at the other end. Golden Knights go D to D, and now McNabb's pass off the stick of Cole Smith into the Anaheim zone. Lacombe reverses it up the boards. Killorn cannot get it through Colton Sissons. Now it's a puck battle joined by Lacombe. Brushed ahead, and Poehling will chip it for Seneca. Seneca's got a step on the defense, comes in and fires on his off wing and missed the net. That'll come all the way around and out. And that's the situation where that shot needs to be on net because it was a breakout for Vegas at the other end. Mintyukov can't get the handle in his own zone. Puck squirts to the high slot, and it's intercepted, picked up by Gauthier, will carry to center red and trickle it in on net, forcing Carter Hart to play it aside. Under 5 to go as Killorn in on the forecheck, frees the puck up for Gauthier. His pass intended for Granlund was behind him, and back comes Eichel, leading a 3-on-2 rush the other way. Eichel got the return pass and swept it just wide. Korzak was up on the play with him. Eichel curls off the boards. His cross-ice pass just deflected by the stick of Chris Kreider. Hines to the corner after it. Mitnyakov takes a big bump. And Gauthier chopped it ahead. It's kept by Rasmus Andersson. He floats it on net. Blocker to side by Dostal. Puck intercepted high in the zone by Kreider, who carries to center, gets it deep. He'll pursue it as the lone forechecker while his line mates change behind him. Meantime, the game clock down to 4:10. Leo Carlson intercepts at the line but can't get his pass across. And now Howden with a restart along with Hanifin back in his own zone.
And Leo Carlson knows it right away. He just cannot turn that puck over. The Ducks got to be confident. And, Carter Hart, he's out of his net.
To the bench he goes. 6 attackers on for Vegas with 3:50 to go in the game as they dump it into the Anaheim end. Lacombe can't loosen it up down low, and Theodore handles it middle of the ice out high. Hands it off to Marner. His shot intercepted and cleared away by Trouba. Golden Knights try to regroup, and they turn it over, and a loose puck right there for Jeffrey Viel, who guns it into the empty net.
And that's actually going to be Jansen
It's Jansen Harkins, I beg your pardon. So he'll get a goal in his first Stanley Cup playoff game. And the Ducks have a 3-0 lead with 3.5 to go.
Well, good patience shown there by Jansen Harkins, too. He pulls up. He could have shot it right away. He stopped up, and then he put it under the pressure player's triangle and into the empty net. That's got to be such a good feeling for Jansen Harkins, who inserted himself into this game here tonight. And, boy, does he come up big.
Joel Quenneville pushing all the right buttons, puts Harkins in the lineup tonight along with Ross Johnston, and the Ducks are 3.5 away from evening this series. And suddenly over 100 staff members coming to Vegas is more than just a boondoggle. It's an opportunity to even the series. Golden Knights dump it into the Anaheim zone, looking to stay in the game. Hanifin from the top of the circle. A glove save by Dostal. Left-handed larceny from the Anaheim netminder.
Yeah, that's big-time stuff there. And when the Anaheim Ducks need Lukas Dostal the most, that's when he's been coming out the biggest here in this game. So much great things can be said from the Dost wall. And how about Noah Hanifin? I mean, he had room to work with, and he took all the gap given to him and more. One stick handle, he fires it on net. Big-time stop.
The series will shift to Anaheim on Friday and Sunday. The first 2 home games against the Golden Knights are this weekend, and they're nearly sold out. Get your tickets now at AnaheimDucks.com/tickets. Still a little matter of 3 minutes and 9 seconds left to deal with for Anaheim. Harkins unassisted at 16:30. The empty net goal, his first of the postseason. I had a chance to get another look at the replay, Emerson. When that puck came to Jansen Harkins, it was rolling. I think that's part of the reason he was as patient as he was. Now the puck turned over off the faceoff win by Anaheim, and Dorofeev trying to march right to the top of the goal crease with it. Knocked away and rolled out of the zone. And again, the Ducks in a very defensive posture as they force the Golden Knights to go from deep in their own end. Hurdle plays it across, a lot of room for Rasmus Andersson. He tries to skate around. It's into the goal crease and knocked loose, and somehow again kept out by a bunch of sliding defending Ducks. Dostal was down and out as Andersson skated it around him and put him back in the blue, but no one in gold could finish.
Can you imagine the frustration for the Vegas Golden Knights? That's now 2 times where you have several players flailing around doing everything they could to keep that puck out of the Anaheim Ducks net. Good on them, and boy, tough break for the Golden Knights.
Down to 2:05 to go as Mitnyakov knocks one away in the neutral zone, sending it back into the Vegas zone. Ducks came into the game 1-3 on the road. The Golden Knights 3-1 at home in this postseason. But all of a sudden, it's Vegas that's starting to run out of real estate. Bouncing puck in the Anaheim zone will roll to the right boards. Eichel whips it around the dasher, cut off by John Carlson. Behind the net, sent up the other side. Korzak pinches, trying to keep it in. It comes to Ben Hutton in the high slot. Fumbled it a little bit, gives it to Korzak, whose wrist shot is deflected wide. 90 seconds left at T-Mobile Arena. Puck kicked into the middle of the ice, but not out of the zone. And Eichel turns with it top of the right circle, goes rink wide, nobody there. And patient with it is Killorn, who will just go up the boards and back into the Vegas zone. Ducks trying to roll a change as we approach a minute remaining in game 2. And Korzak retreats in the Vegas end with it. Off the bench, pass broken up. And now picked up and taken into the zone by Dorofeev. Vegas' leading goal scorer feeds it to Hurdle, who puts it behind the net. And a centering pass intercepted by Beckett Seneca, who will go the other way on his own. Turns the corner on McNabb, who just poked it off his stick as he entered the zone, and we're now down to 45 seconds left in Vegas. Golden Knights lose the puck at the Anaheim line, and Seneca retreats with it, and now hands it off to Drew Hellison. Hellison looks around, dishes it off to Tyson Hines, ahead to Seneca. He thinks better just dumping it in, now hinges it back to Hines in the Anaheim zone. Hellison gets center red on the right side. He'll ride it around the dasher. As just 20 seconds remain at T-Mobile Arena. Puck rifled on net by Harkins, and we get a whistle behind the play. I think we might have a high sticking penalty. It is going to go against Anaheim with just 14.3 seconds left.
Well, let's see if
It's Ross Johnston.
Anaheim penalty, number 44. 2-minute minor, high sticking.
Hey, Ducks fans, looking for your next apartment home? Scoring your dream apartment has never been easier. With over 165 properties throughout Orange Country, the Inland Empire, Ventura, and LA, Western National Property Management, and the Anaheim Ducks got you covered. Lease an apartment through DucksLiving.com and receive the ultimate Ducks package when you move in, including 4 tickets to a Ducks game this season and an authentic Anaheim Ducks home jersey. How about that? DucksLiving.com, our new platform for finding your new apartment home.
Anaheim's penalty minute leader in the regular season, Ross Johnston, picks up his first minor penalty of the postseason. And for Vegas, it's their 4th power play of the game with just 14 seconds left. Off the faceoff, Golden Knights work it to the line. Theodore loses the handle. Eichel's long shot scores with just 5.6 seconds left. That was tipped in front. Anaheim was that close to what would have been their first shutout in 170 games. And it falls by the wayside at 19:54 of the third.
Tough break as the shutout for Lukas Dostal denied. But with that said, you got to be proud with how the Anaheim Ducks have really played this game through and through.
I think it may have hit Pavel Mitnyakov. Stone was in front, but I don't know if he got a stick on it. Oh, yes, he did. So it's Mark Stone's goal, the all-time leading goal scorer in Vegas Golden Knights playoff history. And that's going to do it. They drop it at center ice, and that is the only wet blanket of a Game 2 victory for the Anaheim Ducks tonight as they defeat the Vegas Golden Knights by a final score of 3-1. They have evened this series at a game